sing it as a singer sings a song.
Hello, today is Friday, April 23rd, 2021, and we're about 10 minutes away, I think? Yeah, about 10 minutes from Ludum Dare 48 starting. So yeah, I'm gonna do that, or at least try to. I don't know if we'll actually be able to get, well, obviously not tonight, or not all of it, but you know what I mean. I have to fix my camera because I just closed the shades, and that has caused it to freak out for some reason. I don't know why that's causing the color to change. That's very strange to me. Apologies. I normally do this... Well, normally I don't stream this late, so normally I don't have this issue. It's too green. I think what it is my computer screen is changing. Ah, my computer screen changes. That's what it is. That's why it seems to randomly adjust during the day. Okay, I understand now. I just learned something. Okay. So I think everything's fine now. Good. Okay. Yeah, so, Ludum Dare begins in about 8 minutes. That's gonna be fun. I'm not entirely certain how the voting works. I'm only vaguely familiar with this jam. I've seen many people do it, but I've never... Well, I mean, I've tried to compete a couple times, but various things got in the way. Anyway, so these are the final round themes. I think the final theme, or the actual theme, has to be one of these. I think that's true. And I don't know how I feel about most of these, because, you know, my sort of abilities are going to limit me to making maybe a 2D game. It's probably going to be either top-down or a side-scrolling sort of game. Like, by side-scrolling I mean like a platformer type thing, where you kind of scroll left to right. Something like that. That's probably what my skill set's going to constrain me to. And my camera is, of course, not working anymore. Because, of course, it's not. Why would it? Nope, I cannot do that. Nor can I do that. Nor can I do that without becoming very much invisible. That's fine, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not... So, yeah, those are sort of the limitations that I'm going to have, just because that's my, you know, that's just sort of my limitations. I am not a very great artist. Of course, that's if I'm doing, let's say, the individual version of this. If I'm doing the 48-hour version. If I'm doing the 72-hour version, I could technically grab some art from somewhere. So it's going to be just dependent on the theme as to what we do. Containment could be interesting. So actually, let's go through these. So deeper and deeper. You could do that as... Again, like dwarves come to mind, like diggy diggy hole, that kind of thing comes to mind. Leaving something behind, that comes like a roguelike sort of thing comes to mind. I guess you could do something similar to like a Binding of Isaac, where you start off with a lot of powers and then have to get rid of some of them. I don't know how that would work out. Parasite you could do almost anything with, and you could just have Parasite being a mechanic. Like, a parasite could be the enemy or it could be the mechanic. So it's a question of... That could actually make a very interesting social deception game. I mean, there were some like early social deception games based around the idea of a parasite. Warcraft 3... There was a Warcraft 3 mod called Parasite that comes to mind, actually. There's Shelter. Something like Fallout really comes to mind for that. But... yeah, it's a question of what you could end up doing with that. You could have Shelter as a mechanic, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly how that would work. Expansion, that seems pretty easy. You could have that as a mechanic, you could have that as a goal. I mean, really, they fall into the category of it's the goal or the mechanic or the theme, really. Well, I guess you could apply a theme to anything, right? Yeah, I guess you could apply a theme to anything, too. So, expansion. Then you have Hidden World. That's probably going to be the most interesting one, because you could do so many things with that. And especially like Hidden World type of mechanics. Actually, I'm sort of secretly hoping that it is Hidden World. You could do some interesting things with that, I think. And there is Delivery. That seems just too straightforward. So I don't think that's going to be given. You Are the Power Source. I've seen some interesting ideas with You Are the Power Source. I think there's even some interesting games on Steam. with that concept, so there's some interesting things we could do with that too. Generations, that could be, we could do a couple things with that. Again, one of the things that comes to mind is Conway's Game of Life, you know, like different generations and stuff like that. I think I have all the tabs muted. Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, that's what comes to mind. One tool, many uses. That seems too generic. I hope that we don't end up with that. But if we do end up with that, I think I have some ideas we could use. Automation. Some interesting stuff you could do with that. I actually have some vaguely interesting ideas on what we could do with that, actually. Yeah, that one might be interesting to do. And then there is lost signal. Same thing. That's probably more of a mechanic, or maybe that's the theme. You know, you're hunting down a lost signal of some kind. Could see like a submarine sort of game where you ping for signals in the dark or something, or maybe a starship game, similar idea. One-time use. You could do some interesting things with that as well. But that one, I think that one would end up again, well, you could have maybe the power-ups, so you could have like a bunch of power-ups that are one-time use, so you could do something with that. There is containment. That's going to be a cool one, because that could either be, that could be a theme, or you could be trying to contain something, or you could be contained, and you could be trying to escape. So you could do cool things with that. Split into, again, that could be a goal, or that could be a mechanic. An interesting mechanic for maybe, I don't know, I'm thinking of, actually what I'm thinking of here is something like, actually I hope we get this, because you could do something very similar to like the Spore cell stage, and you could do some cool things with that. That'd be fun. And then summoning, you could do like an auto chess type thing. Not super familiar with how auto chess works though. Vaguely familiar though. Alright, so it's 2.5 minutes. I'm going to use the Twitter. I'm not going to try to use their website because it always lags to hell right before the announcement. And I wouldn't. Well, actually, I think the counter is fine because that'll run client side. But the actual, actually, there are some interesting things here. How the pixels like one off. Curious about that. Wonder if that's done with like a HTML3. Like, actually, how is that done? I want to find out now. No, I think that's actually being done with a perspective. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think that's actually being done with a perspective thing. Oh, that's cool. That's what I thought they would do, but it's cool to see them do it. It's interesting how you can only highlight half the text. I don't know, here I am messing with the HTML. Anyway, for this we're going to be using Unity. So I have everything sort of set up. Have the project created, have it, have the Git repo created, test to the push, everything like that. So we're good with that. So yeah, it's just, you know, waiting for the next minute and a half for this to start. Quite excited. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to do the 48-hour or 72-hour thing. I won't really have to make that decision until tomorrow, so I'm going to hold off as long as I can on it. But I think the plan for now is going to be to do the 48-hour version, unless, you know, I end up with a theme that I just cannot deal with. Then I'll just, you know, do the 72-hour version, and yeah. So we are less than a minute. Let's start refreshing the Twitter page, because you never know. I've never actually seen the Twitter announcement, so I don't know what it looks like. But let's find out. Let's close this because we don't need it. Why does that timer... There we go, 10 seconds. Okay. That's weird that that timer... Oh, that might have been like an optimization where it like stopped or something in the background. So 5 seconds. 3. Alright, so let's refresh. And where is it? No. Okay. Surely it will be the top tweet, right? Surely? 12 seconds. Oh! Interesting. Too deep, go deeper? Is that what it is? Deeper and deeper? Yeah, it's deeper and deeper. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there's a couple things we could do with this. The immediate idea that comes to mind... hold on, let me fix the camera like the last time today. This camera. What happens if I just... No, okay. I had to just test it. I'll have to mess with this again at some other point. The problem is that it's so dark in here. Yeah. The problem with streaming at night is that I don't have a lot of light in this room, so it doesn't work very well. But anyway, so deeper and deeper is the theme. So the thing that immediately comes to mind is one of those sort of... Oh god, that's even darker. Wow, that's crazy. Well, the thing that immediately comes to mind is one of those digging sort of games. The idea being that you have some kind of like machine that, and I'm not thinking of the not thinking of the sideways ones. I'm thinking of like the top-down ones. So actually, let's go into GIMP here and block that out. Actually, I should not go into GIMP. I should go into Inkscape. Is what I should do. Yeah, let's go into Inkscape. Actually, that's going to be better. I mean, it's not going to be good for the screen because the screen is going to be extremely bright. We're going to get more lighting issues, so that's fun. Okay, so let's go to document properties. Let me just not show the page border because I don't care. So the thing that comes to mind is... Oh, that's an interesting color. Or no, that's an interesting square. Okay. I was not expecting it to be that thin. Why is the outline on this so thin? Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. So what I'm thinking of, sure, we'll go with that. And let's make these a little bit, oh, no, I want these to be, oh, interesting, okay. I don't know why that has two handles and not one. Okay, whatever. So what I was thinking is you have, well, actually also, let's go with fill. Let's turn this to some kind of red. Some kind of red. Sure, let's not worry about that. Alright. So the idea is that you have certain squares or something. So yeah, let's go through this. So you have, you know, like a board of squares. And yeah, let's say like that. And then you have some kind of machine with a drill on it, or maybe some kind of drill on it. Yeah, something like that. So let's see. Whoops, nope, that's not right. That is way too round. No, this is square. There we go. Something like that. You know, you have your little turret there. And then we'll have this be like the bottom part of it. So we can go down with that. Something like that. And it would be some kind of machine like that. And I don't know. Yeah, sure, why not? You know, you have your little thing with its drill. Maybe that's a bit too long for a drill. Yeah, something like that. Have your little drill, and then the idea would be that you like, I don't know how to, nope, that's the exact things that I did not want to select. So I do that, yeah, and then you have like, you know, a little drill, and so you point it at something, and then, you know, you drill for long enough, or it like, you know, gets smaller and smaller, and then it goes away, and you can like move in and start drilling other stuff, something like that. So that would be the idea, and the idea would be that you try to find the exit. Maybe you have like fuel or something, and that's the idea. Like one of the mechanics is that you just keep trying to go deeper and deeper and getting more gems, and so there's like a trade-off between finding fuel and something like that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So the idea, so really it's a very simple concept because there would be just movement and fuel. Actually, let me create like a fuel bar or something just so that I remember that there's fuel. because otherwise I'm going to forget. Sure, fuel is yellow. Everyone knows this. So let's just say fuel. Sure. Something like that. So you have some amount of fuel and maybe some amount of money. Sure, whoops. Nope. Something like that. I can grab that handle there. 100 or something like that. And so your goal is to get as much money as you can while not running out of fuel. And then maybe you have various enemies or things that move around. That might work. And so maybe the enemies move according to a grid, so maybe they'll move vertically or horizontally, and if they hit you, you die. Maybe that's just it. They just, they hit you, you die. And then so whenever you destroy a block, there's a possibility of revealing an enemy, or there's possibility of revealing money or fuel or stuff like that. Possibly. I think something like that might work. Then it's just a question of what kind of enemies there would be. So you could make... I don't know. It is definitely a question of what kind of enemies there would be. But yeah, I think I kind of like this idea. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with... so is there anything else I could think of? So you could do something, you could do like a story-based thing where... Actually, well, I was going to say, let me close this, but no, I don't want to do that because then I'll forget about it. Or then I'll be talking and it won't make any sense what I'm actually talking about. I'm saying a lot for some reason. The first step to stopping is mentioning it. Okay. So another thing you could do is you could do a platformer where you are like a dwarf that is kind of trying to descend deeper and deeper into the earth, and maybe they encounter various puzzles and things. The only reason that I don't want to do that is because I'm not super keen on platformers. Like, I'm not super keen on building them. Like, playing them is fine, but I'm not a huge fan of making them. That's just me. Although, I guess it would be a little bit easier if there was an art website that someone showed me, and if I remembered it, it would make it a lot easier to do like a dwarf kind of thing where you're kind of descending deeper into the earth. Yeah, I could definitely see that as like a platformer or something. I guess you could do that in pixel art, or I could do that in pixel art. The question is, would I want to do pixel, or would I want to do that much pixel art? Do I think that it would be easier? Not really, because the levels for that would probably be more difficult to generate, and I mean, then it would also feel a lot like Spelunky, if you auto-generated the levels. So that's part of the reason. I guess if I did like a 2D thing like that, it would just get compared to Spelunky, so I wouldn't really want to do that because it would be an unfavorable comparison. But yeah, I think the idea of having a little drill of some kind would be kind of interesting. I mean, we could also have just like the drill as a static element on the front, which might also work. That'd probably work a little bit better, actually, and then you could have like maybe some kind of weapon to defend yourself. Although, I'm not super keen on that. Yeah, There's also the idea you could do some kind of roguelike where you're exploring your own psyche. That would be kind of interesting. I don't know that I have the stamina to make a roguelike, actually, like a full-fledged roguelike, so it might not be worth doing. The other thought, yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of attached to this because it's my first idea. So we'll start prototyping this, and then if something much better comes up, I will, or if I get to tomorrow morning and I'm not so super happy with this, I will just redo it or start over on something else. If I find a more promising idea, of course. I mean, obviously not going to start a different thing if I don't find a more promising idea. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, so What happens if I... Oh, okay, that happens. Okay. Yeah, my camera's gonna be weird, isn't it? Let me just... Yeah, I might have to turn the camera off because I don't think this is actually gonna help. I don't think it's gonna... I don't think it's ever gonna cooperate. Because it's too... Everything's too monotone in here and there's not enough light. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to turn the camera off. Unfortunate. Oh well. Normally I stream with the camera, but I guess we're not gonna do that today. Because it's not... The actual thing is not gonna work. That's interesting. Okay. My camera apparently balances on its face. I didn't know that. That was very strange. I was like, is that magnetic or something? But no. And also I can't be seen anymore. So, okay. Enough dilly-dallying. Alright, let's do... let us create our little drill thingy. So let's have a square here. Cool. Let us turn off the camera really quickly. So let's create a parent for this square because we're definitely going to want a parent. And then this is going to be the player. And then this is going to be the body of whatever that drill is. Let's make it yellow for now, because yellow is a nice drill-like color. I don't know. It's a construction type color, or it's used for a lot of construction vehicles. They're sort of a more pale shade of yellow. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And then let's say that the x here is 3/4. Yeah, that'll work. And the y is at 0.9. It's a question, can we create a triangular sprite? I thought that was an option, but I don't know. Sprites, no, only an isometric diamond. Well, okay, fine, we can use an isometric diamond, if we really must. It's, one more triangle than we actually wanted. Yeah, okay, sure. There you go. There's the drill head. Let's make sure this always renders behind the actual drill. This is the drill. This is the body. And actually, let's create another empty here and put it as not there. Not there. Let's create an empty here as a child, and we'll just set this to be the graphics. That'll work. This will be the body and the drill. Cool. So these are just graphics objects, all they do is render stuff. There we go. So yeah, we can kind of move this thing around a little bit like that. Great. Let's add some tracks to this. I know I'm going a little bit overboard with the prototyping, but you know, you gotta have prototypes that look good. If you don't, then you know, you don't have any respect. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. Just trying to justify my obsession with making stuff look good in the prototype. Okay, yeah, that's roughly what I want. This is tracks. All right, cool. Let's add a rigid body to this. Rigid body 2D. Yeah, because this is going to need to collide with things. So we're going to need to know about what it collides with. And then let's add... curious how we're going to do the collision for this diamond. Maybe a box collider on its side? That's probably... Ooh, can you put... No, you've got to be able to put a box collider on its side, right? Oh, damn it, I keep doing that. Alright. Let's create a thing here for the body. And this will have a box collider? No. Can we get away with a capsule collider? Yeah, okay. The reason that I want to use a capsule collider is because it has rounded edges. And it'll be much easier to move it around. It'll be easier to maneuver a capsule collider than it will be to maneuver a box collider. Whoops, I want you to be a little bit taller. No. Yeah, we'll just ignore the tracks in terms of collision. That's probably fine. This will be the body, and then what we'll do is we'll create another empty, and this will be the drill head, or this will be just the drill. And then with that, we'll add a collider 2D. Whoops. And, oh no, it's a component, right. We'll add a box collider 2D. Yes, box collider 2D. Okay. And then we will tilt this like that. And then maybe 0.5 and 0.5. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And, okay, maybe 0.4 and 0.4? Yeah, 0.4 and 0.4 will work. Okay, something like that. Yeah, that'll work. It's not perfect, but it's close enough that it won't really matter. And this will be a trigger. That's because we really don't want it to collide with anything. We just want it to tell us when it collides with something. So yeah, as you can see, yeah, okay. That way we can sort of stick the drill into blocks, and we should be able to drill through them. Alright, so we'll have that. And then we will have another 2D object over here. We'll create a sprite. Yeah, that'll work. And this will be like some kind of block, like a piece of the terrain or something, like a piece of the earth. This will be a, no. Let's actually create an empty parent for it. And zero all that out, and then zero all that out. Then this will be the graphics. This will be a block, right? Something like that. Okay, and so we'll be able to like clone that over. Yeah, okay. And then let's set the color to something approximately brown. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, and so let's add a, oh, actually, we probably want, it's a question of whether we want this to be larger or smaller than the actual drill. I'm almost thinking towards smaller. We won't worry about it too much right now. Yeah, let's say a box collider 2D. Alright, that'll be fine, and we do want that to collide. Okay, so now let's also make these prefabs. So in assets, we'll create a folder, we'll call this prefabs. Alright, okay. So what we'll do is we'll grab the block here, put that in prefabs, and then we'll grab the player, put that in prefabs. Great. Okay, so now we can actually write some code. So let's go into components. Let's create a new C# script for the player controller component. Sure. Component. Player controller component. Sure. That'll work. Okay, come on. Come on, Visual Studio, I believe in you. Let's close this to free up some system resources because we don't need it anymore. I think all of this is good. Let's get rid of this because we don't need it anymore. And the theme probably, there we go. Okay. It should probably tell us the theme. Yeah, it does. Okay, good. We can close that for now because we don't need to know it. And we don't need any online help at the moment because I know 99% of what I'm about to do. Okay, so what we want to do is whenever we move, whenever we have our, God, I need to actually speak the word, or I need to speak in complete sentences. Okay, so whenever we press the W and S keys, we want to go forward and backward. Whenever we press the A and D keys, we want to rotate. So what that's going to turn into basically is I'm going to say if, no, I'm going to say transform.position is plus equal to, and it's going to be input dot, or no, it's going to be transform dot, not forward, dot up times input dot get axis, yes, get axis. And it's going to be the vertical axis, that's going to be forward and backward. We're going to create a float for the movement speed, so this will be the speed, and then we will serialize that out so that it's visible in the inspector, and we'll say this is equal to 1. Well, actually right now we probably want it to be equal to, well, actually 3. Probably want it to be a little bit slow. And then what we'll say is transform.rotation. We're going to rotate by, not transform.up, we're going to rotate by, I think it'll be quaternion dot Euler. Yeah, rotate by that. And this will be, it's going to be 0, 0, and then it's going to be the input dot get axis. It's going to be input dot get axis horizontal. Get axis horizontal. Horizontal. And I believe we have to invert it, if I remember correctly. And then we're going to modify that by the rotation speed, or multiply is what I mean to say. So we'll say protected float rotation speed. Let's say that that's, I think this is in degrees per second. So say that, and then we need to actually multiply by time delta time. Otherwise, what's going to happen is we're going to spin extremely quickly, so something like that. So I think all that should be fine. So let's try that. Actually, what we need to do is we need to do this in fixed update. That way, I think this will take into account physics. Oh, also, we'll have to multiply this by the speed and also by time delta time. That way we take into account the frame rate. Okay. And I believe delta time, if I remember correctly, delta time works correctly in fixed update, but I might be wrong on that. Also, pro tip, 1A, turn off gravity scale for 2D games. Second off, if you want to test a script, you actually have to add it to something. Something I fail to do on so many occasions. Okay. So now, yep, we say left and right, great. Backward, forward, awesome. Can we collide with things? Yes, we can. Great. Cool. So yeah, the idea is going to be that we just sort of, yeah, you can do that. You can sort of like try to drill into things. Yeah, okay. It's going to be interesting. And so yeah, you have little enemies and things like that to try to avoid. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. And so we'll probably have like little tracks that you make, and then we'll probably also have, you know, sparks whenever you drill, you know, whenever you put your drill into stuff. And then I think the blocks, as they get drilled, will get a little bit smaller. So, okay. Let's work on the actual block stuff now. So what we're going to do is in the block here, well, not in the block, but in here, we're going to add a component for, this will be the block component. Right, we also probably want this to be serialized, just so that we can modify it if need be. So let's say block component, and what we'll do is actually this will probably just be a marker. Or not a marker, it'll have, I don't know. Let's see here. What can we do? What can we do with this? What we'll do. So it's a question of whether we want the drill to deal damage to the block, or whether we want the block to take damage from the drill. I mean, it's a little bit semantics, but it also has some ramifications for what we're doing. What I will do is I'll create a new, whoops, I shouldn't be creating a new folder here. I already have a folder for this. I think we need to show, yeah, we need to show that. Okay. So in data, what we'll do is we'll create, I guess we can't. Well, I want to add this. Can I include in project? Yeah, there we go. All right, so what we can do is we can add a block. Whoops. We can add a block. And what this will do, or what we'll do with this, is we'll have a protected block here. No, block. And this will be the actual block. I wish it would stop autocorrecting. That's annoying me. I understand why it's doing it, but it still annoys me. So first off, we need to fix this. Let's not include any of this stuff. What I want to do is I basically want to create a data object for the blocks. The idea is that we won't automatically allocate space for them, because there'll probably be a lot of cases where the block sort of sits on the level and it just never gets touched, which is perfectly fine. But we'll have a public int, this will be the health, and we'll have a get with protected set here. And then we will also have, because blocks should never be able to heal, like that doesn't, well, actually, let's pretend that they can't. We'll have a public void, we'll say take damage, then we'll just give it an amount. Amount, yeah, there we go. And what we'll do is we'll say, you know, health minus equals amount. And then we'll say, you know, if amount less 0, then die, or less than or equal to 0. And then we die, and then we'll have a protected, no, a public, yeah, public void die. And this will just mark the block as dead. So we'll have public bool dead. And we'll have a get protected set. And so what we'll say is, if dead, then return, because we can't really do, can't really die twice. Normally I do this logic in Unity, but there's no real reason, or not in Unity, but in the Unity component, there's not a real reason to. And what we can also do, we'll just basically do this. And then what we'll do is we'll have some kind of action maybe. That'll just sort of tell us that the block died. So with that we need using system. System. Come on. Come on, fingers. I know you can do this. There we go. So we'll just say die, and then we'll say that we have a public, have some kind of public action on death, and we'll just say, if on death, then we invoke on death, otherwise we won't do anything. Pretty standard destruction code. I guess let's initialize this to 10, because why not? Something like that. Alright. And what we'll do is we'll say public void take damage. Then we'll say, given some amount. So the first thing we want to do is we want to say that if we don't have a block, so if the block is equal to null, that means that this thing has never taken damage yet, and so what we need to do is we need to actually create a new one. So this will just create a new block for us. And then we'll say block.take damage, and then we'll have it take whatever amount of damage, and that should be that. And what we'll do is we will attach some kind of listener to this. So we'll say, not public, we'll have protected void on block death. Yeah, sure. And then we'll just destroy ourselves. Destroy game object. Yeah, so whenever the block is destroyed, we will destroy ourselves. And so we'll say block dot on death plus equal to, and then we can just say on block death. Yeah. And then with this, after the block takes damage, so we'll say if the block is not dead, if not block.dead, then what we want to do is we want to say that our scale is equal to something proportional to the block's health, so we actually probably do need to get the max health. Health max. Yeah, protected set or something like that. And then I guess we'll just say that that's 10 by default. And then what we'll say is we'll say that transform.localScale is equal to block dot health max, or health divided by block dot health max. So this should change the scale for us. I think that's how that works. And then we probably want to promote this to a floating point value. And what we'll do is we'll say times vector3.1. And so that'll give us the actual scaling we want. So now each time we take damage, we will, oh, we don't need this. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, each time we take damage, all of this should work. So let us, whenever we, let us work with the, well, okay, actually, let's test this. So an easy way we can test this is we can just say in private void update, we can just bind this function to a key. So we can say if input.get key down, and then let's say key code q. So if we press the q key, then let's say that we take 2 damage, right? And we can just remove this after we're done testing it, but this should demonstrate the concept. So where, go into block, yeah, and then we add the block component. Yep, okay. And so what we should be able to do is we should be able to hit Q and this should shrink. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know why that happened. Okay. There must be some kind of rounding issue. That's all I can think. There must be some kind of rounding issue. So it's health. Can we just Let's convert this. Oh, really? Is convert not... It's in the system library, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so I think we can say convert.toFloat. Is it to fixed? Oh, it's to single, right? I always forget about that. Okay, so this should give us better division? Yeah, so it'll be a function, or it'll be a, yeah, it'll be a fraction of 1, so it'll always be 0 if it's integer division. So Q, yeah, there we go. And now it's at 0.8, that means that it is at 80% health. And so now if we keep doing this, yeah, perfect. And interestingly, that didn't trigger death. Why did that not trigger death? What do I do this again? No, now it gets negative scaling. Okay, so something is broken in the blocks on death stuff. Because we never... No, actually, why is that the case? If amount, amount. I meant to type health. There we go. That was the issue. Also, we fixed another potential issue, which is that the block could die multiple times. Okay, so now once it gets down to 0, it'll destroy itself. Perfect. And now nothing happens. Great. Okay, so now all we need to do is make sure that the player can do that instead of the actual block doing it to itself. So what we can do with that is we can get rid of the update here. All right, and then we can go into player. And what we need to do is we need to store a couple things. What we need to do is we need to say on collision sustain, or it's on collision 2D stay. So whenever the drill is inside of some other object for some amount of time, more than 1 frame specifically, then we actually can, or wait, is it on collision stay or is it on, no, it's not on collision stay, it's on trigger stay. That's what we want. On trigger 2D stay. And we want this because the drill itself is a trigger. So this will be the other, I guess. Yeah, other. So what we want to say is we want to say that the block is equal to other.getComponent block component. So if there isn't a block, then we just want to return, right? Because we don't want to do anything if the drill, if there is no block to deal with. And then the next thing we need to do is we need to say that the block needs to take damage. Because if we get to this point, there is a block. So we're going to say block.take damage, and I guess it'll take 2 damage for now. We could actually like scale this up or something, but we're not going to worry about that for right now. So we have block.take damage 2, and what we can do with this, so what we need to do, like at this point it'll call this every frame. We actually need some kind of delay. So what we can do is we can have a float here. This will be a protected float. This will be the drill delay. So this will be the amount of time between like when the drill can do damage. So that'll be the delay. And the reason that I'm doing this as a non-constant value is just so that we can scale it up later if we need to. I mean, we could do that with a static because theoretically there should only ever be 1 player, but you never know. It's better just to do it this way now, and if we really need to make it a static for some reason later, we can. So this will be the next drill time. And so what that'll do is we basically just update this next drill type. So what we say is we say if time.time is greater than the next drill time, well, greater than or equal to, then we just say that the block takes damage, and then we will say the next drill time is equal to time.time plus the delay. And so what this will do is this will just be a limit to the amount of times that we can deal damage. So we deal damage twice a second, basically, at this point. So let's check out this and make sure that all of it actually works. So we have this in the player component, we have that in the block component. Great, let's try it out. Alright, so the block isn't taking damage, that's good. Now we actually drill it, yeah, perfect. Cool, and now we actually do have to be touching it. Okay, that's, don't know how I feel about that. I'm not a huge fan of that, actually. Yeah, so we have this, and yeah, you can just kind of, yeah, okay. Perfect. So now let's generate multiple of these blocks. And then we can test out how that ends up working out. So we have the player. Let's just put you at, let's say, -10, just to give some room for the blocks. So we'll create an empty. We'll create this as the map. Whoa, I want to select you. Say map. And let's create a map component here. So let's say map component. Come on, there we go. Alright, so have a map component. And what we will do is we'll have a prefab for the block. So we'll say public, or no, not public. Have a protected, and this will be the game object. This will be the block prefab. Block prefab. And we can have different types of blocks that we add later if we really want to. I assume we will. So let's see, have the block prefab, and then what we can do with this is we can also add like a height and width. So we'll say a protected float, or not float, what's wrong with me? This will be int, this will be the height, and then we'll have a protected int, well, actually we'll just call it size, because we'll just make sure the maps are square. Well actually no, let's not restrain ourselves to square, because maybe we want to do something else. I actually just had some thoughts on that. Okay, so let's say that it's a 10 by 10 map. Alright, and then in private void awake, we probably want to call something to generate the map. So we'll say generate map, something like that. Then let's just call that in awake. I mean, there's no real benefit to not putting this in awake right now, but maybe there is later, I don't know. Let's import some system link. Oops. Link, not ln1. Link. So there's one thing that I was wondering about, or that whenever I type import link, there's something that I always wonder about. And I am not, it's a very old game. So I was watching, this is not recently, but a while ago I was watching Yahtzee Croshaw, whenever who's playing like through a bunch of old games, and playing them through with Gabe and just doing some talking. I mean, he was doing that years ago. And there was a game where the primary bad guy was an AI called Link, L-I-N-C. Like, they were walking around the city and the primary bad guy was called Link, and he had his name, like, it was an AI, and he had his name posted everywhere. I've never been able to find out what game that is. I tried looking back through it, and I cannot find it. So if anyone knows, it'd be very helpful for you to tell me. Anyway, I know that was a complete tangent, but so what we're going to do is we're going to say enumerable.range from 0 to whatever the width is. So we'll generate the width first, and then for each value here. For each. Oh, we have to turn this into a list, because of course we do. Or actually, wait, can we select this? Technically we can. Let's not, though, because it's kind of lame. Let's convert that to a list, and then we can say for each. So this is for each x value. What we're going to do is we are going to generate a, well actually let's generate the width or the height first. Let's go through the y values here, and then we can basically clone this. Oops, not that much of it though. We can clone this. Let's double indent that, perfect. And then we can turn this into the width, and we can turn this into an x value, something like that. So in here what we can do, let me just pull that back and pull that back like that, and then yeah, okay. Well, no, that's probably better. Yeah, it's fine. Now let's just move these onto the next line because I like them there. Okay, So for each x, or each xy, what we want to do is we want to, oops, I don't know why the indent's not working with me here. So we're going to say the name is equal to the x value, then the y value. So we're going to say block, and then what we'll say is the x value and then the y value. And then we will instantiate a block prefab this is the position. So we're going to say the position is equal to, it's going to be vector 3, no, what am I doing? It's going to be a new vector 3. Vector 3. It's going to be across the x and the across the x and the y. So this will just be a transform.position.z. That's fine. So the x and the y are going to be like that, and we're going to translate or put that at the position, and then we'll use quaternion.identity here, and then this will be the block. Whoop. No, not like that. We'll say the block dot name is going to be equal to whatever the name is, and that should generate us a map. 10 by 10 for now. Yeah, okay, so let's test that out. It should generate it in the positive x and y space. So really we only need to be at like, not negative 43. Let's put ourselves at -2, -2, so we'll be at the lower left of it. And let's add the map component here. And then let's add the block prefab to it. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Cool, so now we have this. So yeah, now we can drill at these. Alright. We can drill at multiple things at once, and also, don't know how I feel about this, because, yeah, I think the collider needs to, I don't think the collider needs to really change size. Or does it? Yeah, I don't know. No, I think the collider doesn't need to change size. I think with the collider changing size, it's only making things worse. We could have like a round collider, but I don't know. I mean, the main problem is that the drill head just isn't large enough, but I don't really want to make it that much larger. Well, actually, okay, let's edit the player then. Let's go into prefab, open asset, and no, let's not do that. Let's just edit it in this context. That'll work. Okay. So this is the drill. Let's just put that up there. And actually, let's put this as 0.45 and 0.45. And the actual drill, let's try to make that match the collider as much as we can. So something like that. I think we'll match the collider a little bit better. Yeah, something like that. And then we just pull the drill back a little bit, like that. Is that better? I think that's better. All right, let's try that. Okay, so yeah. I mean, it would be nice if that would, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I think I'm okay with that. If we want to change the way that that works, we could probably do that a little bit later. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think it's neat. Might also just change the graphics a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Thinking. Yeah, this should, as long as the actual drill collides. Why is that not working? Interesting. So it doesn't register a collision stay. Huh. If you're not moving. Why is that? That seems strange to me. I mean, we can just have the drill itself move, and that should fix it. That's a little weird to me that doesn't do that. I guess collision stay only gets called for one frame. I mean, we could do like an overlap or something, but I'd prefer not to do that. Could do a raycast, but I prefer not to do that as well. What else could we do? We could do like an on trigger enter or something. and add it to like a queue of things to do. Yeah, I don't know. It is a little bit of a puzzle as to what we do there. Okay, so we're not going to worry too much about it. What we actually need to do is we need to get some level generation going. So I'm not sure. And basically what we're going to do for level generation is, for the moment, we're just going to create a giant map. And then we're going to clear out some area. And then we're going to drop the player in that area. And then we'll decide some place for the like end of the level to be. So to do that, we need to fill the entire map. So first thing we do is this part, which is where we fill the entire map. Let's change this to 30 and 30, because that was a bit of a tiny map. And then what we need to do is we need to pick a starting position. So what we can do for that is, I mean, you could always start in the same place and then the end of the level could be randomized. Not a huge fan of that though. So what we can do, well, we need to do a couple things. One of them is that we need a protected, we need a two-dimensional array here of game objects, and actually these are going to be specifically block components, and then these will be the blocks, sure. And then in generate map, we're going to have to set the blocks to be equal to a new 2D array of block components. Yeah, block component. This will be the width with the height, something like that. And then in here, the block prefab, actually specifically, that's going to be a block component, something like that. And then we'll say block dot, or sorry, we'll say blocks at xy is equal to block, xy is equal to block, yeah, something like that. Okay. Okay. And so this will store all of the blocks, and then what we can do is we can decide on some place to hollow out for the player. So how are we going to actually pick that? It'll have to be some location on the actual map. So let's say that we pick something between, how are we actually going to do this? Because we know the width and the height. Basically what I want to do is I want to pick something that is at like within 10% of the width and the height. So something like let's say that the spawn is equal to a new vector3 int where the x is equal to random.range, and then the range is going to be like 0.15f times what's it going to be? It's going to be the width, because this is going to be the x, yes. And then it's going to be 0.85f times the height, or no, times the width. Something between those two values. And are you reading this as you're reading this as a float? Yeah. Do the math in float, that's fine, or do the floating point math, that's fine. But cast it back to an int, please. There we go. So we can cast that back to an int, and then we can do the same thing with the height. So this should give us like a margin on the sides, which is what we want. Okay. So that should give us a spawn. And then what we can do is we can iterate through like all of the neighbors of the spawn. So let's say we have a protected, this is going to be void, we're going to say do for neighbors, or do for each in range. So this will do something for each block in a range. So we're going to pass in an action, which we need system, just system for. So using system, we're going to pass in an action that takes a block component. And this will be the action, and then we'll pass in, well actually first off we'll pass in the range. So this will be, well actually no, we'll pass in the vector2 int position, and then we'll pass in the range. Yeah, something like that. Alright, and then what we'll do is we'll say, do we have to use, I'm trying to think here, do we need to use the x and the y, or can we use enumerable for this? Also, we're getting this issue with random. If you don't know how to solve that, it happens when you have Unity Engine and you have system. So you can say using random as system or as Unity Engine.random. It just can't figure out which one to use, but now it knows. So what we need to do, yes we do, because we have to be able to break, which is annoying, but, or sorry, continue or something like that. Which is more annoying to do in enumerators. So x is going to be from minus range to positive range, x less than range. It's going to be, we need semicolons, not commas here. I'm going to say x plus plus. And really I should be doing this with the y value first, but yeah, we'll do that with the y value first. And I actually can use var here, I don't need int specifically, because we can auto type that. Yeah, there we go. So this will be an x, this will be an x, that'll be an x. And what we'll do is we say if x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0, then we want to continue because this is the center. Or actually no, we don't want to ignore this. In that case we could have used enumerables, but it's fine. So what we'll do is we will say the position is, or sorry, the x, no, this is going to be the position. What is this going to be? This is going to be the target position. Sure. We'll call this not the position, we'll call this the center. The position is going to be equal to the center plus, let's rename these to y offset. No, let's rename these to y offset and x offset. So it's going to be the center plus new vector2 int, the x offset plus the y offset. All right, and then what we can do is we can say, we need to check basically if this position is on the map. So we can say public bool is on map. And this will just be an expression defined member. So we'll have an int x and an int y. And then all this will be is, you know, x greater than 0, y greater than 0, x less than the max, and then y less than the max. So it's the 4 conditionals you need here. So we'll say x greater than 0, greater than equals 0, y greater equals 0, x strictly less than the blocks, oh what is it? Is it blocks.dimension or is it size? No, is it length? No, it's not length, it's get size. Is it get dimension? Or is it arrays.dimension? Something like that. I thought it was dimension. Is it not? Is there an import for it? Get value, get upper bound. It's rank. Is that what it is? No. Is it get? Yeah, it's got to be get length. Yeah, get length at the dimension. So 0 is the x value and 1 is the y value. And we're going to say x or y is less than that. All right. So that's the conditionals you need. So what we'll say is if not is on map position.x position.y. If we go off of the map for some reason, then we will just continue because we don't want to do anything. Otherwise, what we will do is we will call the action on blocks at x position.x position.y, and we'll invoke that here. Yes, okay. So basically we can just pass in what we want to do for each neighbor. So in this case, so what we can say is do for each neighbor, do for each neighbor in range. So we can say that the position is spawn. Let's say, I don't know, range 3. Nah, we'll say range 2. That's probably more than enough. What we can do is then we can say that we have an action that takes a block, and all we'll do is we'll say game object, or no, we'll say destroy. Destroy block, block.gameObject. Yeah, that's all we have to do there. So basically for each block in range 2, we'll destroy it. And then what we'll do is we'll say that the player's position is equal to that. So we'll just say that the player is equal to find object of type, we'll say player controller component. We'll say player dot position, or whoops, player dot transform dot position. Oops. Transform dot position is equal to the spawn, and it's, well, let me cast that to a vector 3. Really, you can't cast between those two? Oh, that's terrible. Why? Why would you not be able to do that? Really, there's no 2-vector, really? That makes no sense. That makes literally no sense. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Jeez, Unity, get your act together. Alright, so this will be just spawn.x, spawn.y, and then we'll just use our transform.position.z, because we've done that before. So yeah, that's super lame. That's super lame that you can't convert the vector 2 into a vector 3, because it should convert perfectly. Right, like it's only missing the z component, but the z component can just be thought of as 0 in that case. Oh, it's so lame. Okay, anyway, this should create a map and clear out an area for the player, and it should also move the player to that position. There will be an issue, specifically that the camera will not move with us, or something else will also break, because I forgot to assign the block prefab. I think because I changed the type, and so the serialization for it broke. But it looks like we did get moved. Looks like things did get hollowed out, as we expected. Okay, perfect, and I think that's a good size for that level. Great. So the next thing we need to do is we need to add a camera follow component, just to make the camera follow the player. So let's say camera follow component. Then all I do for these is I usually just have the camera lerp to the player's position. It's not perfect, but it works well enough, and you can usually get away with it. You can say fixed update. Then what we'll just have is we'll have some protected transform, not tracked reference, transform. And this will be the target, and so we'll say serialized, serialized field. Yes, serialized field. And what we will do is we will say that if there is no target, we just return. If not target, then we return. Because if there's no target, we can't really do anything. And then if there is a target, however, what we want to do is we want to say that the transform.position is equal to vector3 lerp between transform position and target.transform.position. And then we want to lerp by some value times time delta time. Oh wait, no. No, we want to say, no wait, this is fine. Is it fine? Yeah, we need some value times time delta time. That way it'll take into account frame rate. So we'll say speed And then usually I think this has to be something around, is it usually around 7? I think that's usually what it is. Or otherwise it's too fast. And it'll be speed times time delta time. Time dot delta time. Dot delta time. Okay. Yeah, alright. And so all we'll do is in the actual camera, we'll create some kind of create empty, and we'll zero it all out. I think this needs to be at 0, 0, and then minus 10, I believe is the correct place for that to go. And then this will be the camera. Perfect, and then we'll add the camera follow component here. And then we'll have it follow the player, and I think it can lerp at speed 7, and that should be fine. Let's try. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's relatively fine. Okay, so now we can just sort of drill some stuff out. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about about this. Maybe it needs to go a little bit faster. Maybe that's the issue. Or maybe it just needs to be easier to do the drilling, or maybe there needs to be, yeah. I don't like that you can bypass some of these. That's what I really don't like. Maybe we just need to change the graphic size, but not necessarily the transform size. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of neat though. Yeah, I think you could do some cool stuff with this. Okay. So yeah, we can just kind of dig our own little tunnels here. Yeah, I kind of like that. And so maybe we could have, you know, some open areas, or we could have, you know, some, yeah, I don't know. We got to think about what else we could put in here. Yeah, there's definitely got to be something we can do to make sure that the thing keeps drilling. I guess what we could do is we can make the drill tip move a little bit, and that might work. So we can probably do that with the tweening library, right? So if this is the player controller component, let's make a drill animator component. We'll probably do that with the tweening library. So let's say using dg.tweening, sure. And then what we'll do is we'll have a protected, and then let's say transform, and then this will be the drill. And what we'll do is in private void awake, we will create, is it a observable? No. Is it a tween.sequence? No. Or is it just a sequence? Oh my god, how did I do this? There was a way to make a sequence. How do you make a sequence? I need my Firefox back. Yeah. Firefox, come on. I believe in you. So what is it? Unity, do tween, sequence. How do we actually get a sequence? I always forget. We can do move X and do move Y for the transform. I think that's all we want to do. And if that's true, well, no, because we want to move it back, so never mind. So there's that. No, so those are 2D only features. No. What we want is to get started. Yeah, transform.move, we don't want that. We'd really prefer a sequence, wherever that might be. Yep, that's fine. Oh my god, give me some examples. Alright. Sure. No, I don't really want to do that. I know that it's in the documentation somewhere. Just do tween.sequence. Yeah, sequence. Okay, there we go. And so what we can do is we can say that we want hang on, so we can append, or is it transform dot do move? Oh, do we actually have to do this? Okay, so we have to do this. So we want to move, so let's say do move y. We want to move it by, let's say, -0.1. Sure. I mean, probably even less than that. And then, what else do we need in this? We need a duration. So let's say over 1/4 of a second. Yeah. Something like that. And then we just need to also say that the base or default y position is equal to drill.transform.y, transform.position.y. And actually this needs to be, I think it's do local move y, not absolute. Local move y. There we go. We have that, and now let's append a thing to move it back. So we can move it down by that, and then we just move it up to the default position again. And that should be fine. And then I think we can say set loops as -1. And now I think that will just play forever. And that should just animate the drill for us. Until we get a more sophisticated animation, of course. So we'll have player. Yeah, because all I want to do is just move the drill a little bit. That way it will cause. Oh, okay. So with the graphics, let's put that there. So yeah, we should get a little movement. So yeah, what we will do is we will add. Oh, why does the player not have? Whoops. Did I add these and not apply them? I added them and didn't apply them. Apply that and apply those. Yeah, okay. Now let's add the drill animator component. And did we not serialize this? We did not. So let's serialize this. And then yeah, let's mess with the drill here, and then we'll put this as graphics. Perfect. And yeah, let's reference the drill right there. Okay. So let's play this and see what we get. That's interesting. That shouldn't be happening, not like at all. Okay, yeah, because I have the actual transform. Yeah, there we go. And actually we don't need to reference the transform because that's already a transform. There we go. And do I? Yeah, okay. I grabbed the transform, but we don't need to do that. Okay. Let's check this out. Does this work? Come on. Oh, that's not at all what I want. Why does that happen? So shouldn't this go to -0.1? It does go to -0.1, which is not where it needs to be. Where does it actually need to be? Wait, at local. Is there no way to make this look right? No, okay. So where does the player actually start? Okay. So the drill starts there. Oh. So it actually... Oh, the problem here is that this is at a 45-degree angle. Oh, right, because it needs to be. Interesting. Okay. So let's go into player. Let's create an empty parent, as we always do. This will be the drill. This will be the collision. And then that will be the graphics. There we go. That'll work. Alright, so now we can just move this down by -0.1. Wow, that's quite far. Really, it only needs to be like 0.0, maybe 0.025. No, 0.05 is probably far enough. Yeah. Okay. So let's move that down by, oh yeah, 0.05, okay. Then let's go into player, and then here we don't want to reference collision, we want to reference drill. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? So let's put this at, let's put that at 0. Okay. The transform, I don't understand. Do local with y. Yes. 2 minus 0.05, yes, times that. Okay. This probably should also move back up to there. Wait, no, sorry, it already moves back up. So move back up to that way. Should we do that? Does that work? Because it really shouldn't go. Yeah, there we go. And this way, basically, it'll just keep. It basically makes the drill automated. I mean, it's not great, but it works. Yeah, can do that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, can highlight our little drill here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out how we actually leave the level. And I'm not sure how that's gonna work. But I think we'll figure it out. So, it's a question of, well, actually, we could generate the exit like at the edge of the level. That way it's impossible for it to overlap with our like current bounding box, or not bounding box, but our start area here, because that's going to be the major issue, is making it so that things don't overlap with the start area. And plus, if you have to search like the edges of the map, it will make it a bit more difficult. Like, it'll make it a bit more interesting to find stuff. Plus, we could give the player like a rough hint as to where the exit is, like which direction to go. Maybe point them towards like one of the diagonal corners, and so the idea there is that it tells you that it's either the left edge or the right edge or something. Maybe after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I don't know. But I also think, yeah, I think that's how we're gonna have to do it, is it's gonna be at the edge, like at one edge or another. So it's a question of then how we actually do that. It's probably going to be some kind of collision, like some kind of collision-based thing. So we'll have like some kind of, thinking like a tunnel to go deeper or something. This is interesting. We really want to make sure that doesn't happen, where it gets like caught between two, yeah, between two different squares like that. Okay. Yeah. And I guess what we can do is we can have a little thing where, like, you know, you can go over to some kind of processing plant and like get, not fuel, but like get well, yeah, basically like get, like turn ore into fuel or something. I don't know, something like that. Oh geez. Yeah, we gotta do something about this collision. We might have to make it so that the collision is like at size 0.5 and it just never changes. That might work. Well, no, not 0.5. Maybe make it so that it changes but not at the same rate, so it never gets that tiny. Or we could make the default size something different. Well, not default size, but the minimum size. So for the block, for example, we could make minimum size, let's see, so this converts it to this. But actually what we probably want to do is we want to take that, but we want to further scale this by, let's say, 0.3 or 0.7, 0.7f, and then we'll have 3 or 0.3 plus that. So the idea is that this will have a minimum size of 0.3, and then it'll scale the 0.7 based on its health. So at 100% health, it will be at or it'll be 1.0. At 0% health, it'll be at 0.3. So yeah, something like that. That way we can't really get caught as easily. Like, I'm sure you still can, but it's, yeah, you have to try at it. And if you're just being an idiot, then that's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind you getting caught like that. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. And then that way the terrain sort of deforms a little bit. And yeah, you can only do damage to one thing at a time, which I think is fine. Yeah, okay. We might increase the digging speed. We might do a couple things. So let's work on transitioning between levels. So one of the things I want to do as well is I want to change the camera background. So, or not the camera background, but the actual like level background to some kind of like, I don't know, gray, because that's probably more the color of like a cave. So yeah, the idea is going to be that you're underground. Yeah, so the background here is gray. All right, perfect. Yeah, I like that. All right. So yeah, let's get the level transitioning working. So the way that we're going to transition between levels is we're going to pick some area. We're going to pick some area and we're going to clear it out. And we're just going to mark that as like a transition sort of thing. We're going to mark each block. We're going to remove the blocks. Then we're going to add some kind of trigger that will give you like the end game screen, or not the end game screen, but the end level screen. So I guess all we need to do is we need to just create a 2D, sure, we'll create a 2D square. We'll make it kind of dark so that it's like you're going into a cave or something. And then we will zero all of this out. Let's create an empty parent for you. And we will zero all of that out. And then zero all of this out, and then you will be the graphics. Sure, and then this will be the end level space. Sure, that'll work. There's no reason for it to really be a block. It doesn't really help us for it to be a block. So yeah. Just be at 0, 0. Yeah, just be at 0, 0. That weirded me out for a second. This will have a box collider 2D because we're going to want to check whenever we enter it. Let's make sure that let's add some sorting layers. First thing is going to be ground. We'll put that below everything. Then this will be, let's say, the player. That'll be fine. And then we'll have the blocks, and then let's make the blocks appear above the player. Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll have the like stuff that's above the ground. So we'll have floor on ground, sure. That'll appear below the player. So what we can do with that is we can set you to render on the ground. And then we can have this render, yeah, that'll render there. Okay, that way it'll just render above any floor tiles if we ever decide to make floor tiles, which I'm sure we will. So put this in prefabs. Let's delete that. And then what we'll do is in player, let me go through the graphics here and just assign these to the correct rendering layers. So you render as the player, great. So the drill here, yeah, that can render at -1. The body, let's make sure that that renders at 0, and then the tracks can render at -2. That way they're below the drill. All right, kind of happy with that. Okay, and so now all we need to do is we need to pick some area around the edge of the map, and that shouldn't be too hard to do. So in the map thing, let's say fill with blocks, spawn player. Pro tip, if you have sections of a method like this, that is typically a very good sign that you need multiple methods. But we're not going to do that here because we're not going to follow best practices. We're not going to worry about following best practices during the Ludum Dare. Just by virtue of the fact that it is, I don't know, we want to get stuff done quickly, and we can worry about making it, best practices later. Just thought I'd bring that up because I see a lot of people do it, and it really bothers me that people don't ever bring that part up. That it's usually a bad sign. Okay, so let's pick an area. So the way that we would do this, I want to pick an area on the outside of an object. So this is the annoying part, is that it's actually not so I guess what we can do is we can pick whether we want to do vertical or horizontal. And if it's vertical, so the idea is that if it's vertical, then we'll use an X value of positive or minus, and then whether it's horizontal, we'll use a Y value of positive or minus. Because, yeah, okay. So we'll say that, this is generate the exit, and we'll say is vertical. And so what that will be is that'll be random dot range from 0 to 1, 2 is equal to 0. So this will just generate a true or false because it's max exclusive. So we can generate a 1 or a 0. And then we'll say that, oh wait, or this is the problem. I guess is positive. No, that won't work. The annoying part here is that we want to generate something along the outside. I'm trying to think of how to do that. That shouldn't be that hard to do. Really, it's like is flipped. And then I think we want to do the same thing. So the question is, do we use the X or the Y value, and then do we flip it? The idea here, so if we have a thing that is like 5 by 5, let's say this, whoops, 5 by 5, then we have 3 internal values here, 1, 2, 3, and then we have that. So first thing we want to determine is, are we going to use the top row and the bottom row, or are we going to use this row and that row? That's the first thing we want to determine. And I guess we could just generate a number like here. So it would basically exclude everything in the middle here. And so if we pick, so if it is vertical, then we use the X value. And that means that we'll generate a value here. If it's flipped, then we use the minimum, yeah, okay. I would say is maximum. Sure. All right, and then what we'll do here is, so yeah, this is the X and the Y. This is whether it's the near or the far edge. And so we'll say the position is equal to random.range. Well, actually we have to know first. So say var position position is equal to 0. And then what we'll say is if, it's assigned and never used. That's fine. So say if we are vertical, then we will have, so if it's vertical, then position will be equal to random.range between 0 and the width, because, or wait, vertical, so that'll mean is X, sure. So if we're using the X-axis, then it'll be 0 then the width. Otherwise, it will be between 0 and the height. So actually what we can do is we can do something like, actually we don't even need this here. We need that there we go. The X and the height. Yeah, okay. So that'll be the position, and actually we can just pull all of this this up here. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll say that the exit, so we'll say that the var exit is equal to new, and this will be vector 2. And so what we'll do is if we're using the x, so we'll say is x. So if this is the x, then we'll have some expression, sorry, let's say not is x. If it's not x, then we'll use 0. Is that true? Because we'll be using the y value and then the x. Okay. So if it is x, then we need to check if it's the maximum. So is maximum. If it's the maximum, then we use the width minus 1, otherwise we use 0 because it's the minimum. And then if it is x, so this is not is x. Actually, what we need to do is we need to generate the x value separately. So cool. So if it is the x that we're using, otherwise we have this expression. Yeah, and then we'll just say this is the x and the y. Yeah, that'll work. So this will be x and y, like that. And what we'll do, and so this is if it's not the x. So if it's not the x, then the value is either going to be the minimum or the maximum x, depending on what is maximum spit out. Okay, and so if it is the x, then what we want to do is we want to use position. Yes. Otherwise, that expression. Otherwise, if it's y, then we want to say if it's not x, then we use the position. Otherwise, if it is the x, then we check the maximum and we use the height. So that should be xy, and so then what we would do is we would say, let's say do for each. Do for each in range. So for each value within, let's say 2 of the exit, what we want to do is we want to say for each block, we want to add a lambda here. And then we'll do that. Vector 2 int. Yeah, okay. And then for each block there, we want to spawn an exit box or an exit block prefab. This will be an exit prefab. Sure. And then this will be a game object. Cool. And so we will instantiate the exit prefab. What we want to do is we want to say destroy block.gameObject, and then we want to spawn this at the block.gameObject.transform.position, and then the quaternion.identity. All right, and so this should generate an exit somewhere. Okay. Am I confident that will work? Of course not, but yeah, this will be the exit, sure. But I'm pretty sure. I don't know. What are the odds that it works the first try? What are the odds? Is it 0? Or is it 100%? It is 100. That's an interesting place for that to be. That's an interesting place for that to be. Let's see what that does again. Okay, yeah, that's basically what I wanted. I don't want it that way though. I want it that way. That way it should only generate the adjacent tiles, right? Okay, maybe that's a bit tiny. Let's check it out. Interesting. So maybe it needs to be less than or equal to range. No, it doesn't. It needs to be less than range. Or wait. No, it might need to be less than or equal to range. I mean, it checks if it's on the map, so if it's not on the map, we won't have any issues. So yeah, let's see what this does. So yeah, that should make the player's starting area a little bit bigger. Okay. And yeah, so now we get this sort of thing. Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think that's working exactly as intended, so that's good. That's good to know. Yeah, I think that works exactly as intended. Okay. So yeah, I think what we need to do now is we just need to change the damage that the player does. Also, why is the player appearing above the walls? I think I never changed them. Is that right? That is correct. I never changed it. Alright. Okay, so now the player should appear, yeah, underneath the walls. Perfect. Okay. So, yeah. We do need a way of preventing the player from going out of bounds. But yeah, other than that, so a couple things we can do. One of them is not the block component, but the actual block itself. No. So that's the drill animator, that's fine. I'm trying to adjust the player damage is what I'm trying to do. So the drill delay here. Let's set this to 1/4 of a second. Let's set this to 1/3 of a second. Yeah, a little less than 1/3 actually. That way we should get through the blocks pretty quickly. Okay, so where are we going? We're going towards the upper left. Alright. So we can probably just give the player like an arrow to follow or something, or maybe after they drill out a certain number of blocks they find, or they get an arrow that tells them which way to go. That's probably a way to do it. And so yeah, the idea will just be deeper and deeper. So yeah, you just kind of go deeper and deeper into the Earth's core to find like gemstones and all sorts of cool stuff. Yeah. Okay. Kind of like that. And then of course we need like the enemies to spawn and stuff like that. We also need the fuel mechanic. Yeah, okay. Let's just make sure that all of this renders correctly. So yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so we get here and then we'd be given the option to exit. So like if we wanted to exit, we'd be allowed to. Okay, I'm kind of cool with that. And so now we just need a couple, couple little things here and there. But yeah, the idea is that we're going to have, some enemies kind of kicking around in here, kind of making life more difficult for the player. I don't know exactly how they're going to work, but I'm thinking they're going to align to like the squares or something. Maybe they'll bounce around a little bit. I don't know. It'll just depend. Maybe we'll have a couple different types, like one that moves like vertically, one that moves horizontally, one that tries to follow the player. Maybe there'll be like turrets that try to shoot at the player. Something like that. But yeah, maybe we'll add like little mining charges so the player can mine a little bit easier. And of course the only thing that will consume fuel is just movement. I don't think the actual drilling will. Maybe there'll be like a drill durability or something that'll be a much longer recharge. But yeah, what I'm thinking is I'm thinking that the player will get like various resources from digging stuff out. So the initial one will of course just be, or there'll be like money and fuel. And maybe later there will be other resources. I don't know. Depends on how much time we have. But yeah, what I'm thinking is there's going to be like generic blocks that we just break and get nothing out of. Or maybe they'll have a small chance of dropping like gold or something, or maybe money. And then we'll have other blocks that have like metals inside of them. That's probably what we'll have. And then I think we'll have some like central like thing here, like an elevator or something. And what that will do is that'll give you the option to like buy fuel and stuff. So you'll have to sort of manage your fuel that way. Yeah, maybe something like that. It'll just be a question of how we actually do the purchasing of the fuel. Because one way to do it would be that you just drive over a space. I think what it'll be is that you drive over a space and then you'll get like a little prompt that'll be like, press whatever for fuel. Or maybe whenever you're inside the elevator itself, you get like, press Q or E or something. or maybe you'll get like options. I don't know. Trying to think of the least obtrusive way to do it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm kind of liking this. So it's a question of what happens whenever we get here. So I think we'll get like a little prompt that'll say press Q to go to the next level, and then we'll just load like the next level. So yeah, we'll work on that, and then we'll also work on making it so that the player can't leave the level bounds. Yeah, we'll do that in a minute. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll take probably 5 minutes, and we'll be right back and start working on this a little bit more. I'm excited. Alright, and I am back. So, a couple things we can do. I think what we'll work on first is work on actually registering that the player has reached the end of the level. So that's actually relatively easy to do. All we need to do is we need to create a new script here. Or actually, let's create an area component. Yeah, I like that better. So this will be like the terminology will be like this is the exit area. And yeah, we'll create an area component. And the idea here is going to be that this will be more generic. So if we need areas, like the concept of an area later on, we'll have it. Apologies. Drinking too much water, getting like the hiccups or something. Alright, so the idea will be that we'll have a private void on trigger enter 2D. This is called collision. Really, it's collider. And so what we'll do is we will have, first off, we'll say using Unity engine.event. Is it event systems? It's events. Pretty sure. So we can create a protected Unity event, and then this is event. So just be whatever we want it to be. So this will have a serialized field here. Interesting. There could be some issues with that actually. That may not work the way I think that it does. In fact, it does not. Never mind. We're not going to do this. Well, this will just be the exit component. Sure, this will just be the exit component. Okay, cool. And if we need the area stuff, we can inherit later on. So it's a question of, should we do the prompt stuff right now? Let's not worry about it. So let's debug. No, let's not debug. Let us create a private void on trigger exit 2D. Yes, okay. Yeah, so we'll just have the on trigger enter 2D and the on trigger exit 2D. Okay. And what we'll do is if we have a protected bool, which will tell if the player can exit. So we'll say player can exit. And then all we'll do is we'll say on trigger enter, we set this equal to true if it's a player, and if it's a player that exits, we say that that's false. So what we'll say is, we'll say var, actually we'll just say if other, say if other.get component player, player controller component, sure. If that's not a thing, then we just return. That way we know that the other is not a player. There we go. That's all we have to do. And so what we'll do is in, let's say, private void update, we'll say if input.getKeyDown, let's say keycode.q, and player can exit, then we will debug.log that the player can exit. Say player exited. There we go. Yeah, that's all we have to do. Okay, so we just need to test that out now. And so the way that we can test that out is we just spawn a new world. Deallocate pointer, that's interesting. All right, so if I press Q here, nothing happens. Great. So where is the actual exit? It's up and to the right. All right, so let us go and drill some things out. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think the drill speed is roughly about right. It is going to be a question of how we do the changing the graphics, because I do want the graphics to change a little bit. Like as the rocks get a little bit more damaged, as they like lose health, they get more damaged. I think them changing size is a really good thing because it feels more like you're changing the world. Like it gives the player more agency. So now if we press Q, nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Interesting. Okay. So where is the exit stuff? Did I forget to put a trigger? Did I forget to put the component? I did not put the component. That is the problem. Well, that is a problem. So nope, that's wrong. So this is this did not get renamed correctly. Yep, it did not. All right, there we go. So this is the exit component. Exit, there we go. Now we should be able to exit and be, we'll get the, oh, that's convenient. We'll get the debug log. No, we don't. Why don't we? What happened? Okay. So you're the sprite renderer. Yeah, gotcha. Why did these not get... Why did these not get the component? Did it end up on the graphics object? No. It's on there. What are you referencing? Map. What is map referencing? It's referencing that. Okay, cool. And why? You have the exit component now, but we're really far from the exit. Let's reload. Sure, we can go up into the north a little bit. Alright. This gives us a good chance to test out like how, let's say how boring this is going to be. I think it's actually kind of satisfying, so. Especially I think it'll be better when we get money and we add like particle effects and things like that. Maybe even upgrades too. Like upgrades would be cool, but I think that might be a little bit too much scope. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It'll just depend. Okay. But yeah, I'm thinking that these blocks are definitely going to have different... No, really, why is that not... Okay, am I not... Yeah, I need to get component in parent. That's what I need to do. Okay, so in the, not drill animator, in the exit, yes. So this will be get component in parent. Yes, okay. And the reason that we need this is because the collider is on something that is not a, it doesn't have player controller by itself. And I did manage to see the exit down south. Okay. Yeah, okay. Diggy hole. Okay, so if we press Q, yeah, okay, we get the player exited thing. Okay, and then we can't do it here, that's good. For here, yep. For here, yeah, okay. Basically all we have to do is we have to just make sure that that message only gets called, or that it only gets processed once, even if it gets called multiple times. But at the very least, we can actually exit. And how are we going to regenerate the next level? Let's actually work on that. So the way that we're going to have to do that is we're going to have to clean up all of the existing junk, but not the player itself. We're gonna have to clean up all the exit stuff. So let's see here. Let's say another thing we could do is we could just reload. We could just reload the scene. I don't know if I want to do that though. It seems a little lame to just reload the scene. Although it might actually be worth doing that. Actually, yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So let's say that we have, what we're going to do here is we're going to, I was going to say we're going to make the map component a singleton, but no, we're not. Yeah, let's create a game manager. Let's make that the singleton. Yeah, I think that'll work. And so the game manager will deal with transitioning things between states, or between different reloads of the scene. So let's create a game manager component. Yeah, and then this will have an instance to it. Alright, so we'll have to use scene management here. So say using Unity engine.scene management. Scene management, yes, okay. And then what we'll do is we'll say public void load next, or we'll say exit level. Exit level. And then what we'll do is we'll say scene manager scene manager dot load level or load scene. This will be the build index. It'll say public constant, or actually no, not public. This will be a protected constant int, and this will be the main or the level scene, just in case maybe we end up with multiple scenes. I don't think we will though. I think we'll just do everything in one scene, but just in case. So yeah, this is exit level, and then we'll have a protected bool, and we'll say exiting. And basically, if exiting, then we return. So this just makes it so that we only process this message once, and so we'll say exiting is equal to true, is equal to true. Okay, and then we also need to say scene manager. Well, no, actually, this needs to be an awake, so say private void awake. We also need the instance stuff, so we'll say protected, or no, we'll say public static game manager component, so the instance. We'll say get protected set, and we'll say if instance, then we just game object dot destroy, or not game object, we just destroy our game object, and then we return. Otherwise, we say scene manager dot scene loaded. Let's add a lambda to that. Then all we'll do is once the scene loads, we'll just say exiting is equal to false. And what does this have with it? This gives us the scene and mode. Yeah, the scene and the mode, which we don't use. That's fine. And then we'll say don't destroy on load and our game object. And also instance equals this. Okay. And that should do it. This should make it so that we only exit once. So now in the exit component, let us say find object of type. This will be the game manager component. Then we'll just say exit level. Okay, so we should only get one copy of that message, and we should reload the scene correctly. And so all the game manager needs to really do is it needs to just load the player, or it needs to just load the player's like current configuration onto whatever their player is, but that should be relatively easy to do. So yeah, all right. So that is in the upper left corner. That's great. That's really easy to do. Okay. And then after this, we can work on probably like the fuel mechanic or something. Something like that. And then maybe the UI, and then we'll call it a night. All right, so we do this. Interesting. Target is missing or null. Okay. So we did get, oh, we got 2 copies of player exited. Why did that happen? We should have only gotten 1 copy of that. Why did that happen? So if exiting, return, exiting equals true, scene manager.load scene. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, it should say scene loaded. Has scene changed? No. Debug.log. Oh wait, actually, never mind. Loading next level. Yeah, something like that. Okay. And actually, yeah, we can just destroy that. Okay. And so that is something I had not considered with the tweens. So this should be in the player controller. No, it's in the drill animator, right? So when this gets destroyed, I think we need to clean up whatever this sequence is. So let's say protected sequence animation. Sure. We'll say that this is equal to the animation. And then we'll say in private void on destroy, we'll say animation dot kill. I think that's fine. I think that'll clean up the animation for us. Let's assume that it will. Okay. So now we should only get one copy of the like loading next level thing. Okay, so it's to the lower right. All right. Yeah, so many things to work on, but I think we're off to a good start. The UI I think we can make pretty universal. Like I think for my last Ludum Dare I made a pretty universal sort of UI. Or was it Ludum Dare? Was it another thing? Okay, great. So we didn't get the tween thing, and we only got one copy of the loading level. So what that means is that we're not, well, A, we're killing the tween correctly, and we are not, oh god, what am I trying to say? We are cleaning up the tween correctly, and we are only loading the level once. That's the words that I'm trying to speak. Okay. So now, what we need to do is we need to create some kind of impassable block. So we're going to go to our little block component here. And what we'll do is let's just create a serialized field here for protected bool, and let's call it impassable. So if this is impassable, then all we want to do is if impassable, then we just return when we try to take damage. So what this will do is this will just make it impossible for us to actually destroy this block in any way. Okay, so that's all we have to do. And this will actually never generate a block either, because it'll never get to this point. And so all we have to do is in the map component, what we probably want to do is we want to have a serialized field. We probably just want an impassable block prefab. Impassable block prefab. Yeah, okay. And so the reason that we want a separate prefab for this is because we probably want the graphics to be a little bit different. So we'll just say that the prefab is equal to the x being 0, the y being 0, the x being the width minus 1, the width minus 1, or the y being the width minus 1, any of those, or the height minus 1. Any of those conditions are grounds for us to create an impassable block there. So that's going to be the prefab. Let's create a var is edge. Is edge. Yeah, so this is the, just checking whether or not we're at the edge. It's going to be equal to that. And then the prefab is going to be equal to is edge. If it's the edge, we use the impassable block. Otherwise, we just use the normal block prefab. And let's indent all of you a little bit. And then, so instead of spawning the block prefab, we just spawn the prefab. There we go. And that should do it for us. We should get the little field there, perfect. And now all we need to do is duplicate this, and this will be the impassable block. And now let's make this one a little bit of a darker color. Something like that. All right, and then in the map, all we need is the impassable prefab. Okay, and now we should get a ring of impassable blocks. Yep, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. We get a little ring of impassable blocks, and now if I did this correctly, we should not be able to destroy these, no matter what we do. Perfect. Oh, whoa. Why did that break? Oh, right. You know, it would help if I actually marked them as impassable. That helps too. We could also just remove, well, actually no, I was going to say we could remove their collider, but that won't work. They will not be destructible, but they will also not stop the player. Yeah, there we go. So now the player can actually like deal damage to them, but it doesn't do anything. It just uses up the drill charge, which we may or may not want. But, you know, Yeah, now we can regenerate the level. So that's cool. That exit is too far away and I cannot be bothered to go to it. Alright, so I think the exit here is to the south, right? Is that what I saw? Yeah, that's what I saw. Okay, great. So yeah, now that we have all of that done, we can do this, and now we can regenerate the level. Everything regenerated, and this actually generated in a new spot. Okay, that's perfect. Alright, so now let's get on to some UI work. Let's create the fuel and money stuff. So the way we're going to do that, we're going to create a canvas. We have a graphic raycaster, that's great. I'm just going to throw the event system into the canvas. It doesn't really matter where it is. I just put it in the canvas for some organization. Because I don't like the event systems like floating around and everything. So all we want to do here is we want to create first a bar in the upper left, and then we want to create a text field. So let's put these at 0, 0, 0. Let's say the width is maybe 300 and the height is maybe 30. And this is a little bit big. What we need to do is we actually need this to be a scale with screen size is going to be 1920 by 1080. By 1080, yes. Okay. And then this will be the fuel bar. Yes, the fuel bar. We're going to set the anchors here to be 0 and 1 because this is the upper left. And so let's say 10 and 10. Why is that like that? Why is that centered? Should that not be... Oh no, that has to be negative. Okay. So minus 25 and 25, sure. Yeah, that's roughly about right. Let's say maybe 10 and minus 10. Yeah, that'll be better. Okay, I'm going to go with more of a flat style. I don't like the default, the rounded stuff. I don't like it that much. So this will be the fuel bar. It's a question of how we're going to indicate that it's fuel. I think if there's only one resource, it might be fine. Actually, now let's put a little bit more indentation so that we can put some graphics near it. So we'll say 50 and maybe minus 20. Minus 20, now minus 30. Maybe we'll have like a 64 by 64 thing there to show that it's the fuel tank. It'd be kind of cool to have like a little fuel gauge, but I don't really want to try to do that. Actually, no, actually, let's not have a fuel bar. Let's have a fuel gauge. Yeah. What am I doing? Why was I doing a fuel bar? That's lame. Fuel doesn't have bars. Fuels have that. People don't express fuel in bars. They express it in gauges, obviously. So let's anchor this, sure, to the bottom. It's fine. And let's set the position to 0. Maybe the width will be like 200 or no. Let's say 300 by, that's too big. I don't know. 200 by 100? By 150. Sure, that'll work. Actually, well, we don't really have a rounded thing to use, but that's fine. We don't really need one. Let's set the anchor here to 0. And yeah, we can do some clever stuff with some masks. It's a question, should we try to make like a fuel thingy now? Sure, I have an idea of how to do it really quick. Just create like a little semicircle, and then we'll use that as both the mask and the graphic itself. So let's create a new, let's say, I don't know, 512 by 256. Sure. That's way more than we need. Alright, so let's create a new layer. That's fine. We will delete you because you don't have an alpha channel, and then let's set the ellipse selection here. And we'll align you to the upper left as such. Then let's just, whoops. Did that really not work? Also, why is this not giving me an actual circle? Okay, let's grab that. And something like that. It's not a perfect circle, but it hardly matters at this stage. So let's just create this. Actually, why is that not working? Wait, what? Why is that not working? I have nothing I can paint? Why is there nothing I can paint? It doesn't make any sense. What? It doesn't make any sense at all. Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know why that didn't work, but sure. Let's delete that. So that'll be our little gauge thing. We could probably just lower this a little bit, actually. Let's get rid of that, and let's grab that and do that. Yeah, okay, that's better. And actually this needs to move over by, I think, like 1 pixel? 1 pixel, yeah, okay. Alright, so let's export that as something, and let me actually export this to the correct place. So that is in LMNO. No, wait, where is it? There it is, Unity. Ludum Dare 48, assets, images, and this will be the gauge. Yeah, gauge. Right. Yeah, we'll export that. That's not what I meant to do at all. Okay, so first things first, let's close that. Let me reopen OBS. Looks like everything with the connection seems okay. And then in here, in images, let's set this to 512, and then this is 2D UI, perfect. So what's this panel at? Whoops, no. Let's set you there. And this needs to be 2 by 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright, that's fine. And then this will be full transparency, and maybe we'll have maybe a little bit darker. We'll have to add like an outline and stuff to that. This will be the gauge. Yeah, gauge. Then I think we can duplicate this. I think we can say that this is the background. And then what we'll do is we'll add a mask. Yeah, and I think that'll work. Because now what we can do is we can add another object here. We'll create an empty, and then we'll just set it at 0, 0. But the position here will be, wait. Position here needs to be at 0. It needs to be aligned to the bottom. And then what we can do is this will be the needle, and then we can actually create a UI image here. And this will have a width of, I don't know, 10. I don't know, a width of maybe 5. And then a height of, I don't know, 50. Somewhere around there. And then it will have an offset of 50, but it'll be Y aligned to the bottom. An offset of 0? An offset of 0, okay. No X offset, and then it can have a height of 75. And it can be really dark. Something like that. So now rotating this object, since it has a scale of 111, yeah, there we go. So now we can actually get a real needle. Alright. So this will be a 90? No, this will be an 80. Yes, okay. So this will be, yeah, this will be the needle center, sure. This will be the actual needle. Alright. So now what we need to do is we need to set the rotation of this to be, let's see, what's it at 180? It's all the way down. At minus 90, it's that. At minus 90, it's that. Okay. So it needs to be, I think they go from left to right. No? They start like, actually, I don't know. I actually don't remember. I would imagine it goes from left to right, right? So like this would be full, this would be, or no, wait, actually. No, wait, this would be full. Like that would be full, and then that would be empty? That's probably right. Let's look up fuel gauge. Gauge, sure. So it's empty at the left and then full to the right. All right, that makes sense. And let me clear that out. Okay, so the other thing I want to do with this is I also want to add Text Mesh Pro. Create a UI TMP, need to import TMP Essentials. I mean, it doesn't strictly have to be TMP, but why not? Okay, we can get rid of that. This will be the label. And this will just be an E for empty. And sure, we can center U and set U to 0, 0. That's fine. And then your text size will be, I don't know, 20. Yeah, it'll be bold. 24, sure. And the vertex color will be completely black. Alright, so E will be there. And then we will just set U to positive 82, and then this will be F for full. Alright. Something like that. In this country, it's empty to the right. Oh, really? Hey, Cyber Angel, how's it going? What country has empty to the right? I mean, I guess if your car is... Actually, I don't know how it works. I think in cars it's upside down, right? Oh god, oh my god, I've completely screwed up now. Fuel gauge. Oh jeez. Is it? So empty to the left? No, actually even the upside down ones. Oh wait, actually. Huh. Yeah, that is one that has empty to the... No wait, full is to the left. No, that's right. Okay, left to right. Yeah, what country? What country has empty to the... Australia? Oh. Is that true, or is that is that a joke? Is that true? Yeah, cars are backwards. Oh, okay. Is that really true? I don't actually... Wait, Australia... I don't actually know... road, sure. Do they drive... Which side of the road do they drive on in Australia? I actually don't know that. Of course, it's not telling me. Like, fine. Cars. Oh my god, really? Is it really that hard to find cars on the road? Like a picture of cars on the road? Oh my god, come on, Google. So do they drive on the left side of the road or the right side? It looks like they drive... Oh, they drive backwards, okay. Well, backwards to what I'm used to. Huh. Okay, fair enough. I actually didn't know. So Australia car dashboard. So I wonder if it's just... Oh, come on, thing. So I wonder if it's just like a having the steering wheel on the right type of thing. Of course, it's not gonna give me an actual fuel gauge. So empty's on the left here. Interesting. Okay. So it's on the right side of the road. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I was actually gonna do it with the other way to begin with, but probably quicker for me to go and take a photo out of our garage. Yeah, probably. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's not that important. But yeah, basically what we're working on is, this is a game for Ludum Dare. So I believe the theme is Deeper and Deeper. So I'm doing one of those games where the idea is that you have a little drill thing that you control. And the idea is, okay, that's not what I wanted at all. And the idea is that alright, well, Canvas is being annoying. The idea is that you start in a little area and you're trying to get to a thing to let you go to the next area. So each time you get to the exit, you go deeper and deeper into the world. And so the idea is that there's fuel and money that you have to manage. Most gauges do it the way you're doing it. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, I think it makes some level of sense to go left to right, But then again, like left to right being the fill type of value, I don't know. It's always weird when you're designing UI, because you end up with, different people do things different ways, and it's like, what's the most common way? I mean, it must be a nightmare to design like some of the like car simulation games. There's probably a localization thing where you can just like change which way the actual thing goes. But yeah, whenever we reach the exit here, we can hit Q to go to the next level. And so we have that part working. Now I'm trying to actually get the fuel mechanic working. So the way that I'm going to do that, let's go into the player controller. Do I want to have this on the player controller? Probably not. Probably needs to actually be on the player itself. A couple questions. Sure, let's put it here. Well, So, because I only want to decrease fuel when the player is actually moving. Yeah, and I think different manufacturers do it differently as well. Oh god, that's got to be really confusing. Can't imagine. But I mean, I guess it would make sense. Like, the thing that I was thinking of is I know that some gauges are upside down, so I could imagine that if they're upside down, they might end up going the other way for some reason. But it's one of those things, like I use my car every day, or almost every day, but I can't remember what any of the gauges on the dashboard look like, which is weird, but yeah, it's just one of those things, like your brain starts to ignore it. So there's a couple ways I could do this. So, all right, what we'll do is we'll just have a protected float, say current fuel, and then a protected float for the max fuel. And we'll say the current is equal to, I guess, 100, and the max is equal to, 100. And we'll go from there. So what we want to say is so let's say we have the horizontal input. Let's say horizontal. Let's just grab this. Yeah, okay. And then we'll have the vertical as well. So what we'll do is if horizontal or vertical is greater than 0, then we will start subtracting stuff from the fuel. And so put vertical in here. And so we'll say that the current fuel is equal to the, this is what gauges look like on most cars, as.cdn, JPEG. Oh, oh, that goes top to bottom. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, that's much better. That's much more obvious as to how that's supposed to work. Okay. Yeah, that's a much better way of doing it, because then it's completely clear that it's like a fill, and you want to not do input in fixed update. What's the issue with doing input in fixed update? Yeah, what's the issue with doing input in fixed update? I mean, I guess it's a little bit less responsive, but if you're only moving things in fixed update, it can't really matter, right? Because if you're moving things through physics, they can't move any faster than fixed update, and like it doesn't make any sense for them to. So yeah, but I mean, if there's some reason, like if it doesn't function the same way, then I guess that makes a difference. But yeah, you can hit a key and it won't register sometimes. Oh, that's true with the on key down, right? Right. With on key down, you're right. Huh. That's a fair point. Oh wait, is that... I guess that's true, because yeah, the fixed update's independent of the frame rate. But in this case, if we're just grabbing the axes, I don't think it matters. But yeah, that's a good point. But I think the only other place where we do, yeah, where we do on key down is in here. Fixed update is only the physics calculations. Vector movement is not physics. Yeah, but if you want physics collisions, is it not the case that if you want physics collisions, you need to do this in the physics update? Because otherwise you could do multiple updates between physics updates, whereas here you can only do, well, like what would produce the error? Like, what is a way to reproduce an error with this? Because if it can't reproduce an error, then I'm not too worried about it. But if there's an actual issue that can be produced. Because like the thing that I'm doing, the reason that I'm doing this in the physics update as opposed to the normal update is because I'm actually having this thing collide. So for instance, like the player actually collides with stuff. It does produce interesting results whenever you try to collide with stuff. But yeah, my worry is that if I do stuff in the normal update, then I will not be able to, or I will have, what you're doing will not affect physics. Are you sure? Like, I know that the collisions will still register, but you could still move something in such a way that it would like clip further into an object than it normally would it not? Because you can still get physics collisions, I know that. But I think I need to do this in fixed update. I mean, I think that the physics calculation and the actual frame rate calculation are close enough that it won't matter. Although, maybe I'm wrong about that. The only thing I don't know is if delta time works the same way in physics. Like, will this be the time between normal frames, or will this be the time between physics frames? Because I actually don't remember. I seem to remember this working universally, but I might be wrong. Yes, but they won't be accurate. I see. They won't be accurate. Okay. I think this actually needs to be fixed delta time, if I remember right. Let me double check that. I mean, if there's, like, I don't know, I don't see any, oh, interesting. So it will be accurate? Will delta time be the time between from the last physics frame, or will it be something else? Because I thought the fixed update was the actual thing that we wanted here. But I don't know. I mean, I can't find any way to produce an error with it, so I don't know, like, I don't know that it actually matters. It does seem to be moving a little bit faster, though. So maybe I'll keep it this way. But yeah. If you do, it'll be the same value. Really? Huh. Let's check that out. Debug.log. And then we can interpolate the time delta. So we'll do regular time first. Time. Let's try that out. You don't produce an error, but the collisions may not happen. But how is it possible for the collisions to not happen? That's what I don't understand. Is I would think that if I was doing the update in the actual update frame, I would think that oh, that's time.time. That's not delta time. Whoops. I typed the wrong thing. Yeah, I would think that if I was doing transform modifications, like direct transform modifications in the normal update, that's when I would think the actual collisions may not happen. Okay, so yeah, I guess they are identical. Okay, fair enough. Then when... No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mistyped it. Okay, so then when... In what case would you ever use fixed time delta over delta time? Because I can't think of any reason you'd want to. You are bypassing the physics engine. Yeah, so that's why you wouldn't want to do it during the actual normal update, because then you could bypass, like, if you, I guess if you're multiplying it by delta time, it may not matter, but you would in theory bypass more collisions that way, because then, like, by, you know, you're basically you're moving something into a position where it actually clips into something, but then you are, you know, giving the physics engine a chance to react to that before you actually do any more changing. Is supposed to be in fixed update. Yeah, but if they return the same value, then what's the point? It's supposed to be in fixed update. But like, if they return the same value, I don't get the point. Like, that's what I thought, but if they return the same value, like, it doesn't... I don't get the point. Like, I guess that you're supposed to use it, but I don't get why. In update or fixed update, it will always bypass the physics engine. Yeah, that's true, but if you... That's true, but it will... Yes, it bypasses the physics engine, but you give the physics engine... In this case, you give the physics engine at least one frame to process this, whereas in fixed update, you could have multiple... Or, sorry, whereas in normal update, you could have multiple frames between each fixed update. So the physics engine, you might move something, and you might change something and then change it back, and the physics engine would have no chance to react to it. Whereas they return the same value. Oh, they only return the same value in fixed update. Okay. Yeah, then it doesn't make any sense for me why you would ever want to use... I mean, I guess if you were doing something... No, I can't see any reason you'd ever use fixed delta time. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't work that way? Well, like, what is an example where you could prove that? Like, are there any examples of demonstrating that? Because, I mean, the collisions still happen. Regardless, you know, I don't have any... I'm not using any kind of velocity or anything. The collisions are still happening. I mean, granted, you do clip into the objects a little bit. I guess that's the difference. But I would imagine that still would happen anyway. Like, yes, you're bypassing the physics engine, but you're still giving it less... You're still giving it at least a frame to react to it. Because the physics engine would have to do some kind of update before the next fixed update. Like, I get the point that it's clipping, you know, I get the point that it's not exactly going to the physics engine, but it still gives it enough time. Like, the changes that I'm doing are not enough for it to change anything. And granted, it may not be accurate, but it's not like a physics simulation. Yes, they will, but there's a high chance they don't. There's a high chance they don't. That they don't actually trigger? Yeah, I mean, I'd need to see a demonstration of that before I would understand exactly what you mean. If you can, like, link to a demo or something that, you know, explains that, because that doesn't, I don't know. To me, that doesn't make any sense, but my understanding of the Unity physics engine might be a little bit out of date. But yeah. I mean, it does seem to reliably be colliding, though. Like, I don't seem to be able to even, like, clip through things even if I want to. Like, even, you know, continually forcing myself through something doesn't seem to do it. But yeah. Yeah, if there's some link to a better way, or to a decent understanding of this, I'd like to know. Easiest way to do it is that bullets. Easiest way to do that is bullets going through objects. Yeah. I mean, that's true because, well, I mean, But does the physics engine protect against that, or, like, I thought that you could still manage to do that with the rigid body dot velocity if you set the velocity high enough. Oh no, but you can't. Okay, I understand. Right. You can with discrete mode, but you can't with you can't do it with continuous mode. So if you were using bullets, then editing the position wouldn't work because that would be the same as doing a discrete physics calculation. But yeah, I know what you mean. Bullets can go through. The correct way is rb.move position. Interesting. Let me see if there's an actual difference here, or if there's a perceptible difference. Detected, rigid body 2D. Let's see if there's an actual perceptible difference. Dot move position, and we can move it by some amount, like such, and then rb dot move rotation. Oh, that's cool that you can just do the angle. Oh, that's great. That's much better. All right. Is there any perceptible difference here? But yeah, so does this do the same thing as a continuous calculation? Continuous or not, the bullet will always go through. Continuous or not? Then what's the point? So my understanding of continuous was that it wouldn't do that. What's the actual point of continuous then? Like, I thought the whole point of continuous detection was not to do that. But then again, I looked this up a while ago. Even it's still not a calculation and doesn't need. Even that is still not a calculation, doesn't need to be in fixed update. It's still not a calculation? What do you mean? It's still not a physics calculation? And what's the actual point of it? Oh, geez. Okay. Calculating, it moves it by calculating. During the move, either. So it's technically, okay, so this registers a physics update. I see, okay. And so here you wouldn't even need to fix. Ooh, interesting. So, what does this actually do, if anything? Let's serialize this. Yeah, let's serialize that. Nope, we don't need to play this quite yet. So we can grab the rigid body here. Okay. So let's see. Does this actually... Whoa. That's interesting. Why did that happen? It's very interesting. Why did that happen? Is there no... So... That's interesting. That's in fixed delta time. That's during the next physics update. Is intended for use with kinematic rigid bodies. I see. Okay. Through the world will react as expected. Produce collisions. This also means that if colliders produce a collision, they will affect rigid body movement, potentially stop it for reaching a specified position. Kinematic rigid body, then any collisions won't affect it. Okay. It is recommended during the fixed update callback repeatedly without waiting for the next physics update will result in the last call being used. Okay. Interesting. Let's put that there. So this doesn't actually do that much. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, that just causes things to get wedged into each other. Yeah, let's not do that. I don't think there's any good reason to. Don't need to do any of that. Yeah. Sorry, I had a phone call. Yeah, no, it's good. So yeah, so according to this, the move position, rigid body move position, it says that if you call it repeatedly without waiting for a physics frame, it says that it will use the last call. So that's why they say to use it. Yeah, basically to explain input in fixed update. Yeah. Update. It's confusing often, general rule. So there's no chance of having a frame in which you miss player input. So like that makes sense. Physics calculation should be there so that they are consistent and synchronized global physics. Camera movement should be in late update. Yeah, but that doesn't work. Fixed update is called 0 to n times. 2 is failing. It's falling. Fixed update gets called in low frame rate situations. Okay, so that's something that I didn't know. I thought that fixed update was guaranteed. I was not aware that fixed update gets destroyed in low update. Okay. Is that true? Does fixed update actually get does it actually just not get called in lower frame rates? Is that true? Because that's what this is saying. That's like the best explanation I've ever been given of why you shouldn't do it. Because yeah, my understanding is that it was guaranteed. So like if you said, 50 frames per second or 50 updates per second, that it would be guaranteed. So no, what does that mean? Does it not get, yeah, I guess elaborate on nope. Is it that it's not guaranteed, or is that it is guaranteed? Yeah, looking at this. Physics is called 50 frames per second. Hard coded unless you change it. Yeah, but what I'm hearing, or what I saw on that answer page that you gave, or that you linked to, is that someone is claiming on slower computers that has a major impact. Yeah, so what someone is saying is that the physics update itself is not called 50 times a second in lower frame rate situations, or it's not called, like in lower frame rate situations, they're claiming that it's not called it's trying to think of how to say it. It's not called as often to reduce frame rate issues. But I thought that if you my understanding of the fixed update is that if you set it to 50 frames a second, that it gets called 50 frames a second, and that's guaranteed, regardless of how fast the frame rate is. So that's why I would think that you would want to measure, well, that's why I would think well, I don't know actually. Because I mean, then if it's called 50 frames, yeah, I don't know. Because if the physics update is guaranteed to be called at least 50 frames a second, yeah, I don't actually know how it works. That's why it has a major impact on slower computers. So I guess is it ever possible for the fixed update to be called more often than the update? Because if that's true, yeah, I don't know. It's all weird to me. Like, I understand sort of what you're arguing is that that you shouldn't use fixed update, or that you shouldn't do input in fixed update. Like the on key down stuff I get, but the getting the axis and the moving, or changing positions, unless you need, when I play games, I can tell if the developer has used fixed update for input. I mean, that doesn't really matter though, because I can't, and I don't know a lot of people that can. I mean, it doesn't, like, it's not a thing that I can ever tell. So, I don't know. Like, if there's a bug that it reliably reproduces, that's fine. But otherwise, I can't tell, and I've never been able to tell. And I've never met anyone that can. So, I don't know. It doesn't really change anything for me. Okay. So the actual fuel. So what we'll do is we would check the vertical. Okay. So if vertical not equal to 0 or horizontal is not equal to 0, then we will say that the current fuel, say the current fuel, it's very easy to tell. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for a long time, haven't been able to tell. If it reliably reproduces a bug, that's one thing, but if it's just a personal preference, then I really don't care. So let's say time.delta, or let's say let's say fixed delta time. We'll say, how fast should fuel be lost? Let's say 1 a second. That's probably fine. Yeah, actually, we don't even need to do that. Yeah, that's probably fine. And so how are we actually going to update the UI? Let's say UI component? Yeah, UI component's fine. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll say protected float. This will be the fuel level. That'll be fine. So that'll be a float between 0 and 1. And so what we'll need to do is we will need to a public void, let's say set fuel level, and this will be the float, this will be the level. Like I said, player can press a key and it might not react. Yeah, and like I said, I can understand that for get key down. That's what I understand. Thing is, I'm not using get key down there, I'm using get axis, so that doesn't matter. Doing this for a long time, general development. Okay. I mean, like I said, unless you can show me a bug that gets reliably reproduced by it, and again, I agree with you on the press a key and it might not react. I agree with you. In this case, I'm using get axis. As far as I know, that's not going to cause an issue because that's not getting, like, the axis itself is already throttled by Unity. It has a spin up and a shutdown time and things like that. It actually has little value that it keeps. In the case of the exit stuff, then I will do this in update because this actually does make sense. It's the same thing. It has a spin up and a shutdown time. It's a throttled thing, it's fine. Like I said, if it reliably reproduces a bug, that's a different thing. Like I get the whole get key down thing, that makes sense. Actually, I don't know how get key down works. Should not do input and fixed update if it's a key or an axis or a mouse XY. Okay. Like I said, if you can show me a reliably reproducible bug, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm not going to discuss it. Like, I get your point with the get key down. That makes sense. But, you know, otherwise, you know, link to an example of why it won't work, a reliably reproducible bug, or, you know, I don't know. So we set fuel level, and then we'll just say the fuel level is equal to level. Okay. I think that's fine. And then for the actual UI itself, alright, so what we can do is we can say the protected right transform. This will be the actual needle. Okay. Then what we'll say is that the needle dot rotation is equal to. Oh wait, no. Say it's equal to Quaternion dot Euler, and I think it goes from, what is it, positive 90 to minus 90? No, we'll say positive 80 to minus 80. So that would be 160. No, No, it would be 160, or maybe negative 160. Plus, or no. Actually, you gotta think about how to actually scale this. So it's going to be the level, and it's going to be times, that'll be between 1 and 0. And we want that scaled at 80 plus minus 160 scaled that way? No. Wait. No, we want minus 80 plus 160 scaled that way. Yes. I think that's right. Because at 1 it would be 160. Yeah, okay. So here we can say set fuel level. So we'll just say set fuel level to whatever the current fuel is. Yeah. And we don't even need to change any of that. So in here, we'll say private void awake. And then we'll have a protected UI component, UI. And we'll say UI is equal to find object for type, UI component. UI is equal to that. Or whoops, no, UI.set fuel level? Yeah, perfect. Okay. I didn't assign any of that, so it's not going to work. Okay, so this will be the label full, and this will be the label empty. Okay. Then in here we will have the UI component, and the actual needle will go there. Whoops. No, the actual, yeah, the needle dash center is what we want to change here. Okay, that's fine. Great. So now that should work. Oh, cool, yeah. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Oh right, it's current fuel. Wait, no. Am I doing something wrong here? Is this not... Okay, so the actual angle should be... minus 80 should be 0, right? No, it's the other way. That's the problem. So it'd be 80 plus minus 160. Yes. Yes, I think that's right. Okay. Interesting. Why does it... I don't know why it changes like that. What is the actual... I thought fixed delta time... Vertical, horizontal not equal to 0. If either of those is true, I would think that would be a very tiny value, though. Let's actually log time, fixed delta time. That should be a very tiny value. Like that shouldn't go that fast. I mean, maybe with the rounding error it does, but like 0.02, yeah, that shouldn't go that quick. What values does the player actually have? Interesting. Oh, because I'm not scaling the current fuel. That's the problem. Divided by max fuel, yeah. Yeah, that'll give me an actual scaled value. There we go. That should work. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now the fuel actually goes down over time. Okay, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of like it. Alright, so we have that. Okay, so yeah, the fuel is going down. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay. So let's look at this. All of that is fine. What else do we need to do? We probably needed to do that. So we probably needed to do the thing where you can like actually buy fuel as well. Actually, let's so what we need to do is we need to also check if the player ever gets to 0 fuel. So in update, if the current fuel is less than or equal to 0, then the player actually loses. So debug.log out of fuel or something? Yeah, out of fuel. And let's just set the current fuel to, I don't know, 25, sure. And let's say 20. That way it'd be like 20 seconds of fuel. Something like that. Okay. So yeah, it'll just be like 20 seconds of moving around. And like even rotating and stuff still drains our fuel. But what we need to do is we actually should probably lock the input once we reach 0 fuel. But we should at least get the print at some point. Like it shouldn't be reaching that low before we get the, there we go, okay. So we can get rid of this because we don't need it anymore. Alright, and so what we can say is protected bool, yeah, out of fuel. Basically so that this only triggers once. So we'll say if not out of fuel and the current fuel is less than or equal to that. Then we do that, and then we say out of fuel is equal to true. Okay. Right, so we should only get that message triggering once. Just have to drive around a little bit to actually trigger that. All right. Okay, so yeah, we only get the message once. Good. All right. So now, what we need to do is if, let's say, so in here all we do is move, so we're just going to say if out of fuel, then we just return, because we don't want to do anything. Okay. There we go. Alright, so the out of fuel is basically like a message that we get whenever the game is over, and so that'll just be like the, again, the game over condition for the player. So once they run out of fuel, they can't do anything. But yeah. Of course, the only thing that takes fuel is moving. The actual drilling doesn't, so yeah, there's no point in, yeah, it's not really a bad thing. Okay, there we go, perfect. The drill stops and we just run out of fuel and everything's dead. All right, perfect. So now we need the money system. And in the interest of keeping all of the UI together, I am just going to put it right underneath the actual gauge here. And we'll create a 3D object. Yeah, it'll be a Text Mesh Pro. Okay, and then we'll just put that at the lower left. Perfect. And should we center that? No, we don't need to center it. Have it centered that way. I'm just going to set this to 0 and 0, and we'll just set the overflow to disabled. There we go. And so yeah, this will just be the amount of money that the player has. And we'll just have like a $sign or something, and 999. I'd like to know what the actual like max value is going to be for this. So we'll set it to maybe just under 1 million. No, that's too large. We could probably change the text size and make the million fit a little bit better. So we'll save that. Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll have a space between the actual $sign. Yeah, okay, that's perfect. And we can do that. Yeah, there we go. So now if we, well actually, let's create an empty parent. Give this a 0 width and 0 height. This will be the value. This will be money. And then let's make the actual $sign a thing. So this will be the sign. And we'll put these two on the same level here. Put that a little bit there. That's fine. And then the actual value, that can be left justified. Whoops. Can be left justified? Yeah, left justified. All right. Okay. There we go. And then we'll just set this to 0 to begin with. Perfect. I mean, it looks a little weird, but yeah, it's fine. And we'll set these to bold, and we'll make them dark. Make them dark. Make them light and give them a dark outline. Make them light and give them a dark outline. That'll work. Let's say 0.2 or 0.2. Of course, that's messing with the empty and full thing, but that's fine. Okay, so we can take the gauge, put that there. Why did that? Interesting. I don't know why that's there. Hey Fadri, how's it going? We're doing some stuff for the Ludum Dare Game Jam. So what we're doing is we're doing a little thing. So the theme is deeper and deeper. And so what we're doing is we're doing a thing where you control a little drill. And your goal is to get to like an exit area. If I can ever see the actual map. Yeah, your goal is to sort of get to an exit area. So that would be this here. And we are, you know, you like destroy blocks to get there. So yeah, that's what we're doing. And so you got to manage your fuel, and you also have to manage like the amount of money that you have. So yeah, this is what I've been doing for the past maybe hour or two. So yeah, when we run out of fuel, it tells us that we're out of fuel. Neat idea. Ah, thank you. Yeah, I know for sure that I've stolen it from somewhere, but I don't feel bad because I don't remember where I stole it from. So in my mind, it's not stealing. Of course, that's not true, but you know. Yeah, I don't remember where the idea comes from, but you know, it's fine. But anyway, I'm about to implement the money stuff. There are no stolen ideas. Yeah, that's roughly true. I mean, everybody steals from everybody. As long as you're not consciously copying, it's fine. But yeah. So someone was trying to explain to me why using input in the fixed update is a bad idea. And the only point that they were able to make is that you might miss a keystroke, sort of like on key down or something. But I am not entirely sure why, even if you're copying, your version is different than mine. Yeah, that's true. I'm not entirely certain why the get access stuff is an issue in fixed update. They linked to a forum post, but it doesn't. Basically, no one has been able to explain like a reproducible issue other than the other than the actual like missing a keystroke thing. So I'm not entirely certain why this is an issue. Like in principle, I sort of get it, but no one can point to an issue, like a reproducible issue. And so I don't know. The stuff that I have works, and so that's why I'm not worried about it. But if you have experience with that and can explain it a little bit better, I'd like to hear a better explanation if there is one that someone has. I don't know. It's just a thing that came up and I'm not sure about it. And so, yeah. Based on the stuff that you were developing, it seems like you do some physics-based stuff, so you would probably know, right? I didn't catch all the questions, something about getting input in fixed FA. Yeah, so someone was pointing out that using get access in fixed update can cause issues, but they weren't specific on what issues it could cause. So the concrete issues they could give is that, you know, if you're doing like if input dot get key down, you know, whatever, the fixed update could miss this, and that makes sense to me. But why this is an issue doesn't make sense to me. Or if it's even an issue doesn't make sense to me. Why this is an issue might make sense to me. But yeah, that's what doesn't make sense to me, is why this might be an issue. As opposed to doing this in update. Like, I know that there's like general wisdom that you shouldn't call input in fixed update, but no one can really explain to me why. So I was just wondering if you knew. I don't think it would be an issue for an access. It'd only be an issue for get button down. Yeah, okay. That's what I understood. Okay. So I think, okay. I'm glad somebody else understands it the way that I do. Because it seemed like the stuff that you were developing was physics-based, so I figured you might have some insight into it. So that's kind of why I'm asking you the question. But yeah, it seems to work. Like, everything seems to work correctly. I mean, there is a little bit of an issue. Like, you can clip yourself into stuff, and then it'll, like, push you out, but the changes that I'm making are so minuscule that it doesn't seem to really matter that much. Okay. Fixed update is for physics calculations, or something that you need a reliable update cycle on. Update runs every frame in general, better, more responsive. That's why people put input in update. Okay. Yeah, the responsiveness thing makes sense to me. But so the reason, I guess my reasoning for putting this into fixed update, my reasoning for putting this into fixed update is because I'm just moving the rotation and transform. And like, I know that this bypasses the physics, like I know you're not supposed to do this, but since I'm moving it such a small amount, it doesn't really change anything. And so my thought is that by doing this, by modifying the position in fixed update, you give the physics engine at least 1 frame to catch up. Whereas if you do this in update, right, you could potentially do multiple update frames before a physics update frame fires. In theory, if you're using time delta time, it shouldn't actually change anything. But yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm doing it this way, is my theory is that it doesn't make any sense. If I'm going to move it X amount, it doesn't make any sense to pull the thing multiple times. But I don't know. Maybe my understanding of it is all wrong. But yeah, I don't know. It was just an interesting little discussion, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing something. But yeah. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I want to have like an elevator kind of thing, or maybe like some kind of hub station or something. And the idea is going to be that that's where you like spend money. And I guess we'll give people, well, okay. We need a way of giving the player money whenever they break certain blocks. So I guess what I'll do is I'll create some kind of special block that gives money. I've been looking into the new input system, and I'm thinking about moving my input handling completely away from update and using an event-based system. Yeah, that seems better to me. I would use the new input system, but I'm not familiar enough with it. And like for Ludum Dare, I kind of need, you know how it is for like game jams. You kind of need to move as fast as you can. But yeah, I agree. The whole new, like the new input stuff is much better than the polling based stuff that Unity used to have. It was one of the things that always bothered me about Unity. Yeah, you gotta do what you know. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I totally agree that the whole, like, the new input system is amazing, or the newer input system is amazing. I always call it the new input system, but it's really not. It's just the newer one. Because it's years old at this point. I'm just the one that's been lagging. So this will be a gemstone. So what I'll do is this not 45? This is 45. Okay. For an old timer like me, it's still the new input system. Yeah, that's exactly how I am with it too. It's like after you've been using an engine for, 5 or 6 years, it's like, you kids with your fancy new stuff, fancy new toys. It's like you got new input systems, In my day, we had to pull input piece by piece, or we had to pull input every frame. Get off my lawn, that kind of thing. But yeah, so I don't know. Kind of like that. So it'll be gemstone. And so what we'll do is we'll just recolor those depending on what kind of gemstone they are. Okay, so this will be a money block. Yeah, money block. All right. And we'll just put that in there. And we'll just delete that. Okay. So let's set the transform to that. And in the block component, let's set a public, or not public, yeah, actually public int for the amount of money that we get. Yeah, okay, just be a get, or it'll be a set. Or sorry, it'll just be a public variable. Yes, that's what I meant to say. So on block def, we will say UI, or not UI component, we'll say find object of type, UI component, and then we'll say like add money or something. No, actually we'll find the player component, and then we'll add money for whatever kind of money we have. Yeah, we'll do that. And then so in here, just build an add money thing. This will be protected int, this will be money. And then we'll have a public void add money. This will be int amount. Int amount, yeah. Alright, and then we'll say amount, say money plus equal to amount. And then here we will have the UI component actually update. So say UI dot set money to whatever our money is. Money, yes. Oops, let me get that, and then do that, and then have public void set money. This will be the amount. Jeez, okay. All of this code is just so monotonous. We need TMP, TM Pro. I guess we don't need Unity Engine UI. Thought we would have. It's still odd to me that Rect Transform is not in Unity Engine UI. I don't know why I always thought that it was. I mean, obviously it's not, but like, I don't know. I still wonder if it ever was, or if I just completely imagined that. I probably just completely imagined it. Serialized field? No. Like, it makes sense to me, because the only thing I know of that uses the Rect Transform is the UI stuff, so maybe that's why. But anyway, money.text is going to be equal to, it's going to be amount to string, and then we're going to have, what is it? It's number, 1, 2, 3, comma. 2D sprites have Rect Transform. Oh, really? Oh. Okay, maybe that's what I was thinking. They do? Wait a minute. So if I did protected sprite s, then I can do sprite dot. Oh, they have. No, they have a rect. Wait a minute. Rect texture rectangle. Even the transform though. Hey, rect is a rect transform. Oh, it is? It is? Is it? A dot rect is a rect transform? S dot rect? It seems just be a rectangle struct. Yeah, it seems to just be a rectangle struct. Is it somewhere? It doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean that it has the rectangle, but it would make sense to me for it to have a rect transform, but I don't see it. I thought .rect was the rect transform, that's right. Yeah, that makes sense to me too, but it s.rect. I wonder what that even is. Oh, it's the location of it on the original sprite. Okay. The editor handles are the same. Oh yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. So you're talking about in the sprite editor? Do I have any sprites? I do have sprites. Yeah, you're talking about what is it? This thing, this editor handle here? Yeah, I think you're right. It looks very much the same as let's revert. Looks very much the same as like this thing. But yeah, you're right. Okay. That was weird. There. I wonder if it was ever in Unity Engine UI. I swear it was. Now, if you think T, I think in the scene view. Oh, if you hit T in the scene view. Yeah, in the scene view, yeah, in the scene view, that's the, oh, that's weird. That's weird how that looks on a, on that kind of transform. That's weird. So this is the body, this is the graphics. Yeah, if you hit C in the scene view, you get that, yeah, okay. Okay, so we have money, we set it to that string. Okay, I think all that's right. And so now that we set the money, yeah. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do is we need to add into the... We need to add a couple things. One of them, probably like the money block component. We need to do that. No, let's not do it that way. Let's have... In the map component, let's have a list of money blocks. Yeah. So let's say serialized field. Not serializable field, serialized field. And let's grab system collections generic. Oops. Let's grab system collections generic. Generic, yes. Okay. So we'll have a protected, it'll have a list of block components. These will be money blocks. Money blocks? Yes. Yes, okay. So what we'll do is in here, if the prefab is an impassable block, or actually no. So what we want to do is we want to replace this with a, gonna have to use an if statement. I don't like if statements. So we'll say, no, we'll have to use an if statement regardless of what we do. So we'll just say if prefab is equal to the block prefab. Then we can rewire prefab to be equal to, we'll say random.range between 0 and 10. Sure. Say if that's less than, I guess money block should be maybe 20% of the map. If it's less than 20%, then trying to read Unity's example code for rebinding a key. Oh yeah, that's one thing I don't like about the new input system, is that the documentation is very interesting, to say it in a nice way. It's documentation that looks good on its surface, but it's very hard to read. Yeah, Unity new input system, rebind key. Just see if I can find anything. Oh, whoop, that's not what I want. So yeah, there's people asking for tutorials on it and all that stuff. It's, yeah, that's fun. Yeah, exactly. It's constantly, yeah, it's, you might just have to look at a YouTube tutorial on it, or maybe find an asset online that just does it for you. Because like it seems, I don't know, like the newer input system, the one thing that I love is the event-based stuff, but the other, like the main problem with it is that it's just so abstract, which is a good thing because it supports a lot of inputs, or it supports a lot of formats, but it's a bad thing whenever you're trying to understand it. Because it's like, you know, they're like, do keys even exist? Are keys even a thing? No, they're not. It's a button or an axis or whatever. It's like whenever you do mathematics and then you get into like, you know, abstract algebra and category theory. It's like, let's do math, but you can't use any numbers. It's like, okay, that makes it a little harder. Yeah, it just gets so abstract. Okay, so this is going to be money blocks, random.range between 0 and money blocks.count. Something like that. Otherwise, it'll be the block prefab. Okay. So this expression here will make money blocks appear 20% of the time. Okay. And so now, what we can do is this will be a money block. It will have a money value of, I don't know, let's say 100. This will be, I guess, rubies. Sure. It's starting to look like a cookie, actually. Let's go into H is V. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Problem is the rocks are too light. That's the issue. So this is ruby. Ruby block. Okay. And so in the map component, we can create one money block. Okay. Then we'll put a ruby in there. Okay. So now, oh cool, I love that. I did not assign, I didn't assign this, did I? I didn't assign that, did I? Cool. Alright, so value in there. Okay. So yeah, actually, maybe this might be 30% actually. I think I did the math wrong on that. Yeah, this should give us money. Yeah, it gives 100. Okay, cool. Perfect. I love it. Yeah, I like this. Okay. And so the idea will be that you can use money to maybe buy upgrades or something, and then there will be special rocks that give you fuel. I think that's the way we'll do it, but yeah, the money is currently way too common. Yeah, I think this needs to be less than... No, it needs to be strictly less than 2. Yeah, no, that is 20% of the time. Okay, I guess 10% of the time. And that should make them about as common as I want. And then we can also add fuel blocks. So that way... Wow, that's still extremely common. Maybe not. Maybe it's not too much. But yeah. So what the player will do is, yeah, they'll have like a little hub type thing that they'll go to and they'll get money and then they'll spend their money there. Yeah, okay. Alright. Yeah, can get money and do stuff. Right. So yeah, maybe there will be, maybe we have time there will be upgrades, I don't know. I still have to do the artwork and I don't know how long that's going to take. I mean, there might be a thing where you have to like repair the drill every once in a while. Yeah, I don't know. There might also be like a time limit too. There's probably going to be a time limit. I kind of like that idea. It's because you have like the fuel that you have to deal with, and you also have the time limit. That'll work. Maybe you'll be able to like spend money to buy like an emergency fuel thing. But yeah. Probably need to increase the digging speed a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, I do like the idea of just kind of going through and getting a bunch of money. Alright. Yeah, let's increase the digging speed, because it is bothering me. So we go to the player controller component. That should be... Let's make it twice as fast, and see what we get. But we might already have the fuel scaled correctly, so that would be good. So let's see here. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit better. Maybe this will be like the upgraded speed or something, and, you know, yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Yeah, you can dig quite a bit. Maybe increase the charting speed or something, I don't know. It does feel a little sluggish. But I mean, it's kind of supposed to, right? Because it's like a giant drill machine. Not supposed to be super speedy. I mean, the physics are a little glitchy. That's probably because of the way that I'm doing the physics or the movement. But I don't know, I'm okay with it. I think it's kind of derpy. It's not supposed to be like super serious of a game. Yeah, okay. So now we can do this, and we can do that, and then this will regenerate the level. Perfect. Alright, love it so much. Okay. Right, so now we need to work on the actual, like, hub thingy. What size is the sprite of your main body? I have an idea to make it look cool. What size is the sprite? I actually don't know. I think it's just the Unity default thing. So I think it's being scaled. The actual body, Where's the actual graphics? Graphics are here. So it's like 0.7 by 0.9. So like, what's your thought? Because like I had some ideas, or I had some thoughts for this. So like one thing I want to do is I obviously want to make the tracks animate a little bit, and add like some trails. Okay, I could probably make something scalable, or at least big enough. Wanted to add some greebles on the back. Yeah, I had the same idea. It's like the idea, just rectangles really. Yeah, so this is like placeholder stuff. The idea that, so what I want to do is I'm probably going to add some like greebles to it as well. But the idea is going to be like, there's going to be a like a little pipe that's going to emit smoke as you move. I think that's going to be kind of neat. But yeah, this is just a bunch of placeholder stuff. I'm going to go through and do like the graphics tomorrow. But I just wanted to communicate the idea. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of just adding a bunch of junk to it. It's going to make a sprite for you. No artist, but abstract artworks for game jams. Yeah, so the thing is that for Ludum Dare, I think the rule is that I think for Ludum Dare the rule is that I have to make all the art myself, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe after the jam, if you want to make art for it, I could totally put in art. Probably gonna be better than mine, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I was gonna go through tomorrow and do some of the vector art, because I can do okay vector art from like the top down if I have something to trace, or if I can, you know, use simple shapes, which I think in this case I can. Yeah. It's definitely a question of how common like the fuel rocks need to be. You can't even have art donated. Yeah, I think, well, the thing is that Ludum Dare is like super duper strict. I mean, obviously no one would, people probably wouldn't care. It's just, you know, so I'm doing this. This one is like 48 hours, your game, all your content. Yeah, it's even art, music, sound, has to be done in 40. Oh wait, actually. Oh no, actually I have to work solo. That's the restraint here. Because it has to be solo. It has to be entirely from scratch. Because yeah, I was looking, so earlier today I was looking at like some asset stuff, because I was like, oh, you know, I'll just go to the Unity asset store. And Zaisha came in and she was like, or Zaisha came in and was like, yeah, you know you have to work alone, right? For the compo for Ludum Dare. And I was like, oh, that's right. Like, I forgot about that rule. Yeah. But yeah, after the jam though, it's completely like open season. You can do anything you want, really. Yeah, you should. Have you ever done Ludum Dare? Because it's a cool thing to do every once in a while. But it does take a lot of energy and a lot of time, unfortunately. So the thing that I want is fuel rocks. So we have the impassable, we have the ruby, and now we just need fuel. Entered a couple times, not the compo, and I've never finished. Yeah, I've basically done the same thing. I've entered the compo a couple times, but I've never actually managed to finish it. And so, I don't know, this time I was like, what was the theme this year? So the theme is, deeper and deeper. So one of the things that I was thinking of, I thought of a couple different ideas for it. One of them was like, you know, like you're a dwarf. Yeah, it's a really good theme. Like I fully expect somebody to do like a diggy diggy hole kind of game. Like you're just kind of a dwarf and you're, you know, digging towards the center of the earth for some reason. Yeah, I fully expect that. The other themes, there were some that would have been really difficult. I was kind of hoping for like the parasite theme or like the containment theme, because those would have been kind of neat. Like I could see a lot of stuff you could do with containment. To have entered, it was trash themes. Yeah, I know what you mean. I did the Global Game Jam, and it was something. So yeah, like I did the Global Game Jam one year, and it was something like what home means to you or something, and I was like, that's the worst theme ever. It was just terrible. And so for that one, we ended up doing a thing where you were like a jet, and it was a two-player game. So one player would control the jet, you know, up and down, and they could like fire the missiles, and then the other player could control the missiles that were fired. And so there were like two sets of missiles. There were like you know, air-to-air missiles, and then there were like torpedoes. And so you could control like two sets of them with different keys. It was really fun. But yeah, that was what we did. We were like, yeah, homing missiles. Best theme ever was GMTK 19. Perfect theme only one. So the theme was only one? That's interesting. Oh wait, I think I remember that. I think I saw the video on that. Wasn't there a game in that one where they had, yeah, wasn't there a game in that one where somebody like, it was like a locked door and they spawned like 200 keys and like only one of the keys would open the door? I think that was a thing. I think that was a thing in that jam. And I saw that, and yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Oh my god. That was great. That was great. Oh. Didn't like the person that I was watching do it. They actually ended up going through, and they actually found the one key that opened the door. I'm like, I can't believe someone would do that. I took the thing literally. Only one button, only one life, only one action, only one day. Made the whole game in 24 hours. Oh wow. That's cool. Yeah, some very interesting games have come out of game jams. But yeah, that key game, that's the one that I remember. I didn't actually play it, but yeah, I do remember that. That was interesting of an idea. So this is fuel. And so what we want to do is, when the thing actually dies, we need to give the player fuel. So let's actually find the player, give them their money, and then give them their fuel. Player.add money, and then this will be the money, and then player.add fuel. Then we'll say whatever the fuel is. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Then this will be fuel, and this will be the amount. Okay, about half an hour left. And then I will actually have to sleep. Alright, so what we'll do is we will say that the current fuel is equal to mathf.min. Min, yes, of the max fuel and the current fuel plus the amount. Yes, I think that's correct. And then after this, we want to, one game I played, I think it was from GMTK19, the dude was making a visual novel, and there was a little short voice parts, numbers and buzzwords from the game that will stick with me to my deathbed. Okay, that's interesting. Numbers and buzzwords from that game stick with me. Yeah, I'll have to go back. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say I might have to go back and watch the entries, because I think he made a I think did they make a video with all the entries, or was it just some of the entries? I can't remember. Also, UI set fuel level. Yeah, okay. UI set fuel level to that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Just the way it was delivered was perfect. There's no way I could tell you exactly what it was. I don't think it made it into the video. There were thousands. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean though. It's like, I assume it was like an amateur voice actor too. Because, you know, like you have, every once in a while you have like those amateur voice actors and they deliver a line in just like the exact like cringiest possible way. And it's just the funniest thing you've ever heard. It's like, it's one of the things that makes amateur voice acting great. Oh, I think it was the dev. Yeah. Yeah, that's usually what it is. It's the dev, and they're either so nervous that they, you know, make like a really funny mistake, or they're so overconfident and they're so terrible at it. It's great. So much fun. Game jams are so much fun. So let's say that the fuel blocks give you, I don't know, 30 fuel. We'll say 75. It'll make them extremely rare. That's what we'll do. Okay, so get this. Let's make this. Let's actually delete you. Let's make this a 2D object. This will be a sprite. This will be a circle. And this will appear at level 1. It will be on blocks. And it will be completely dark. Because you're using oil. Yes, okay. Have that be roughly that color. It'll be kind of like that. No, it was actually good, but the context of the game, hearing it rambled off so quickly, comes to one of those things you hear at random times. Yeah, okay, I kind of know what you mean. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that there's some cool entries this year in this jam. I mean, Ludum Dare usually has some really good stuff. And I think there's like a lot of popular games that started off as Ludum Dare games. It's kind of like how Slack started out as like a hackathon like project, if I remember correctly. And then it became like the de facto thing that people use in hackathons. Okay. So yeah, I think that communicates that it's oil. Or something close to oil. Sure, we'll go with that. And this will be graphics. Actually, the oil. Okay, we'll do that. And now what we'll do is in the map generator, we will add that. Beautiful artwork. Yeah, I mean, wait till you see tomorrow, whenever I actually do something with Inkscape. It'll be, you know, probably no better. Fuel block. Alright. This is fuel block. Okay, so if it's block prefab, then it's equal to that. Alright. So in this case, actually what we can say is if it's not equal to whatever the impassable is, and then in here we'll do the same thing basically, and we'll set this equal to 1 out of, let's say 20. 1 out of 20 blocks is going to be a fuel block. Yeah, that'll work. Whoops, not that. Yeah, 1 out of 20 is going to be a fuel block. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's see what those look like on the actual map. So we have that. We have the fuel block. Okay. Yeah, let's see what those look like on the actual map. What happened there? Why did that stop spawning the other blocks? Because that is definitely not the effect that I wanted. Oh, that's why. Okay, so it shouldn't be the block prefab, it should be the prefab, whatever that might be. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we only wanted to change it if it had a certain value. And I'm doing that intentionally. That's interesting. That doesn't look like 1 in 20. That really doesn't look like 1 in 20. It looks like it has the same frequency as the money blocks. Yet, it seems to me... okay. Am I just doing this wrong? So we'll say 1 in 20, 1 in 40. Yeah, I kind of want the frequency to be a little bit lower. Maybe it's not frequent enough now. So let's say 1 in 10. And I think actually 1 in 40 might work for those. Okay. And of course I'm going to have different money blocks that are, you know, that have different values and stuff like that. Okay. It still seems like too common. Yeah, it's still way too common. Is this just not doing what I think it's doing? Because this should say 1 in 75. So yeah, this is the integer version of this. 1 in 75. Yeah, okay. Okay, there we go. Now the frequency is actually a little bit better. It's not exactly what I want, but it's a little bit closer. Yeah, I might just have to make these a little bit less frequent. So the idea is that since the fuel blocks recover so much fuel, there's not really a point in having tons of them. So yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might have to update the physics calculations to actually use velocity, because this is not great in terms of collision. Yeah, not great in terms of collision. But I thought I saw the exit was down to the south. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it's here. Okay, cool. It is a question of whether the player will have their fuel reset every level. I would think that that's only fair, but I don't know. Okay, so we go here, we regenerate everything. I mean, it resets now, but that's more, it's more of just a bug in the way that the code works. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of happy with that. Okay, so now the last thing I want to work on is the little like hub thing that the player has, or that exists where the player spawns, I should say. And it kind of functions like a store and like an upgrade sort of area. So let us do a little bit of blocking out with this stuff. Put this all at 0, 0, 0. That is the center, I think. Yeah, that's the center. So let's create an empty parent. And of course, it's not centered because why would it be? So -2, -2, and we'll put it at 0. Then you can be at 0, 0, 0. Perfect, cool. Okay, so let's set this to 0.2. 0.2 is a good size for that. And maybe 1.5? Yeah, 1.5 is a good size. Something like that. Then it'll have, you know, some kind of thing back here. Whoops. Let's set this to 0.5? No. Let's set that to 0.5. No. 0.7. 0.8. Okay. And yeah, we'll have a thing like that. It'll be kind of like that maybe. I guess let's set these to 0.3. No, actually let's not. Let's just make them a little bit taller. So maybe 2? Yeah, 2 is probably fine. Okay. And I think the little like spaces that we need are going to be 0.9 by 0.9. Let's move this up a little bit. Yeah, something like that. And then maybe 1.5's here? Yeah, 1.5's there. Okay. Yeah, I kind of wanted 2 of these on the side here. That's the thing that's bothering me right now. I mean, I could put one forward like that. Yeah, not a huge fan of that. Let's pull this back a little bit. I mean, I guess I could just make this a little bit less wide. Have it be at 2. Is that fair? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So I guess we'll say 0.8. Yeah, 0.8. Yeah, okay. And so like these will be little shop nodes, and then they'll have this thing here just be like almost like an elevator type thing. Yeah, something like that. And 2? Yeah, okay. And these will be like the... Yeah, okay, I like that. This will be just a part. And these will be on the ground. They'll be bluish, because they'll be like little shop nodes. Okay, and then all of these will be gray. They'll be similar to the player's color, actually. And then these will be like a darker gray, because they'll be like supports. And then there will be a thing here that is on the ground, so it'll be underneath the player. Why does writing and reading code get faster the later it gets? Probably because the programmer gets lazier as it gets later. But yeah, I've noticed that too, where it feels like later in the evening you code faster for some reason. But yeah, I think it's just an illusion that you start to care less, and so you start to, yeah, you start to think less about it. But I don't know. That's just kind of my experience with it. Okay, so we have that. We have all of that. And then this will be on the blocks layer. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? Why do you think it happens? This will be the elevator. And I guess we'll use a polygon collider for this. Polygon collider 2D? Yeah, that'll work. I have to remember how these things actually work. They work like this. Yes, okay. So we can put that there, and we can put that there, and we can put that there. I don't know. My late night coding sessions feel way more productive than trying to work during the day. It's like my brain is more active at night or something. Yeah, I think that's possible. The other thing I've heard about it as well is that that's like a thing that a lot of artists just in general feel. The theory that I've heard about it is that society doesn't operate at night as much, and so your brain knows that it can't do as much. So there's fewer distractions. So like you can't you can't go to the store, you can't think about like all the stuff that you could be doing. You also don't have to be ready to take phone calls or anything. So you end up you're not as distracted is what I've heard. But yeah, I think it's also that just the later it gets in the day, I guess the better your brain is at thinking, maybe? Like, maybe it just... Yeah, probably something to do with it, yeah. Yeah, I think it might also have to be that your brain just gets a little bit better at thinking as time goes on. Like, it gets more... It loads all of the, stuff that it needs from the read-only memory and, from the heap. And then, it's already in the RAM. And then by the time you go to sleep... Oh, no. Oh. Okay, yeah, it wasn't you. My thing went red for a second. So yeah, it's not you. That's unfortunate. Alright. But I'm glad that it's back. But yeah, I think it's basically your brain... Oh, nope, it's going down again, isn't it? It's red for a second. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm only going to be streaming for another 10 minutes or something. And maybe even not even that, just depending on how long it takes me to actually get the elevator stuff working. Yeah, let's add you to the thing. Perfect. Still good so far. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sometimes it worries me. Sometimes OBS is just like, it gives me a little red dot, and then it's like, oh, your frames are going down or something. Now it's red, but it hasn't changed. I don't know. Oh. Okay. I don't know. Just gonna power through this really quick. I think all we have to do is we have to teleport the elevator. I think that's the only thing we have to do. Where is the actual player? There it is. Okay. So the elevator is going to be. Can we just find object bot with a tag? Oh, can you not? Game object dot find object with tag. Okay. Then it'll just be elevator. All right. It's the elevator, and then we'll just set the elevator's position. Elevator dot position dot transform dot position is equal to that. Okay. And that should warp the elevator over to the player. Okay. And now let's see how big this thing actually ends up being. Oh wow, it's like perfectly sized. Oh, that's perfect. Alright, I am happy with that. So yeah, the idea will be that, like, you know, these blue things will be like little upgrades that you can buy. And so, like, you know, it'll be like fuel or, you know, like a faster drill or something. And so you'll like go on top of it and then you'll press Q and then you'll get the upgrade and then it'll be consumed and then that's all you have to do. Alright, I like that. I don't know if it's clear what it actually is, but I think that people will understand it as like a hub type thing. But anyway, let me just go to the end of a level that's actually going to cooperate. Oh, where is it? Canvas. Out of the way, canvas. Alright, top left, or top right. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Top right. Okay. Come on. Actually, I might have to lower the drill speed and make the player upgrade that. That's probably what I'll do. And there'll probably be some kind of timer as well. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Okay, so we go over here, and hit Q. Yeah, okay, so the elevator does come with us. Great. And the collision works and everything. Clip through it a little bit, but that's actually okay. Yeah, the collision seems to work pretty well. Yeah, okay. I kind of like it. Awesome. Okay, well, I am going to call that first day progress. And yeah, I'm going to call the stream there. Thank you for watching. It's great talking to you, Fydri. Good luck on the game development stuff. And I will see everyone later.